Okay, and I haven't done some more work on this project here because now, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Got a game preview here, which is set to 60:9 aspect ratio. Add quote. No, let's switch screen. I don't know why I said screen. Yeah. Now you can actually rotate. Oh my. Ooh. And you can hold down the button and it spins. Oh my. You can still not move, but you can spin the camera. Quote on screen. There's 8 quotes about that. Metallica was so eager to look at Pon Pon's underwear that Pon Pon didn't even show up on screen yet. And of course, it's about Metallica undressing Pon Pon. That's why wouldn't it? But yeah, it is pretty cool, I'd say. You can turn with it. You can only turn. So if you press a button, it will do the full 90-degree turn. If you hold down the button, it continues to spin until you release it, but it will then stop at one of these 90-degree turns. But however, what confuses me is because all I do when you press a key, all it does, because I could show this. Can I show this? Here's the ball. Here's the settings panel, which I can. I wonder if I can. I mean, obviously I can switch it over here so you can see it better. So it says stand still here. It is the currently status of the ball. You can also see the angle it is. If I press a button, it changed to left turn and right turn as a. Yeah. It's just all it does when you press a button is that it swaps to this mode, and you can also see them holding down the button here. And it does switch very, very quickly to standstill every time it reaches one of those 90-degree turns, but it instantly goes back to right turn. I assume it stops for. I'm saying I'm assume, but does it? I guess it doesn't. Because when it enters the update, it checks. No, it does stand still for one frame. One update, not one frame. That is because it checks, is it a standstill, set it to left or right turn. And then if it's not standstill, it does check. So if I were to remove the else here, that means that it will go for left, right turn, and then, yeah. This will make this turning slightly smoother. Obviously we can't see it now because it hasn't recombined the code yet, but what I find very interesting is that, so this is how fast it turns. It turns kind of fast. However, if I manually switch this to a right turn here, you can't see the options, but I can click a right turn. It does almost instantly swap. It still doesn't. It's not instant because you can see on the camera has the yellow dot, and it does. Oops, I moved the wrong way. It does. It's very hard to see, but it has this trail that goes after it, so it does smoothly transition. But it does it really, really fast when I just change the status here instead of pressing the button. I do not know why, because all that happens when you press a button is. Well, I said status, I mean state. All that it does when you press a button is that it does change its state to the left or right turn. And it should be exactly the same if I overwrite the state to be left or right turn. For some reason, it just turns super fast. I don't get it. That makes no sense to me. But let's make this change. We're barely going to see a difference. Like if you were to measure it, you're going to see that it turns 1 frame faster. I mean, it does a turn in 45 or one update faster. It does take 45 updates to do a turn. So this should be slightly smoother, but as if we're going to see that. So since it does 1 update faster per 45, it will take 45 updates instead of 46 updates. So it's almost like 2 and slightly more updates per second is faster. And it's 120 updates a second. So you'll gain like 1 second per minute or something. It's still significant. But yeah, it doesn't change this behavior. This is instant. Obviously, I'm not going to change anything here in the game when it runs properly, because the actual turning works properly. I'm just confused why it behaves like that more than anything. Because it doesn't make sense to me. Here's my code. This is not the most efficiently built, but... And it says a camera height. I have to figure out the camera. I should take a shower now. I'll be back in a bit, okay? Also, that's because, of course, it's about mechanical counters in Panama, because of why wouldn't it? That also was why while playing Monster Train 2. Because of why wouldn't it? I was going to play Monster Train 2 and Mechanical just got so excited she undressed Pan. So this thing should work regardless which this text orientation is can count. When it figures out which where to point the camera, it does not take the orientation into account. So that I have to figure out. Which shouldn't be that hard. Because this is shouldn't I just be able to take my vector-3 remap and then which is a math x vector-3 remap, vector-3 remap as a function I have made, which is 0f with the minus rotation minus 90 degrees, 0f, and then orientation. Oh wait, it should just be like that. I wonder if this works. Okay, so far this seems to work perfectly fine, but the question is if it works. Okay, let's put this level to the side. Let's create a test level that is just a single block. There we go. What if this works? No, because I need to specify. Don't need to specify the items. Every level will have items. Otherwise the level will not be playable. So it's being required. Plus you can just apply an empty. If it's important to have 0 objects, you still have the option by just, not add any. You just apply an empty. Okay. Still can't move forward, but there is, as you can see, there's this marker here. This one is going to find which block it is on top of. The marker is just visual, it's not actually doing anything. I really like that the turning is working. Now the question is, can I put the ball at a different orientation? So the first step is to put it plus 1x, so that will have a 1 in orientation. This is going to be exciting because I keep forgetting to do that. Now, because it didn't matter I mean, it was behaving exactly the same as before. So, it is not working as it should. Yeah. It rotates correctly. So yeah, so as we can see, the camera rotates correctly. It's just it's the wrong orientation. If I were to manually adjust the camera, it should be X Z axis. Okay, I can't modify it. Because the player's overriding it. Let me manually change it here. Because this can give me an idea of... Okay, that's the test level. Where's the... Oh, this is level manager. It's said I need to adjust based on the rotation. So I probably should have a function for like camera rotation. I probably will create my own because this creates a quaternion Euler thing. I would probably have to create my own vertex to... Okay, so it's almost correct. So this one should be minus 90. Plushy. So, and there we go. I mean, the ball is visually not in the correct orientation. However, the camera is behaving correctly, which is what I'm after. So ignoring that the ball is still like placed as if it's down there. But as we can see, the whole orientation has changed and it works properly. So I have to create my own camera. So public static. It will output a quaternion, and then it will be camera rotation based on orientation. So I guess like camera rotation. You probably... So this should probably not be a mathx function. So take float rotation and int orientation. And then all it does is return a quaternion Euler, where it does exactly the same thing as I did in the player script. I take the vector through remap, which I don't have to specify. It's mathx. It's mathx. So I would say maths. If it sounds wrong, I should probably say call it maths. I don't know if that's correct pronunciation. Actually, I could look that up. Because there are some words I don't know. Oh, that doesn't even want to yell. Apparently, it should be maths. Unless you're Singapore, Malaysia, then it's maths. Unless you're in Nigeria, because then it's maths. And in South Asia, it's max or max. That's interesting that this becomes a X in South Asia. Otherwise this becomes a T. But anyway, so I guess it's just masks. Mass is not the correct word, I guess. So it's just need to figure out the orientation here. So that will get a float camera Z. It's only by float like that. New. Do I have to type new? I don't remember how to do this. Okay, and then I just have to figure out the other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah. So yeah, so I type new float like that if I want to get an empty one. Oh, I need to specify the size of it. Yeah. But if I do the final value, I don't have to do that. And then I'll take the camera Z here and put the orientation here. There we go. And then I just have to get the camera rotation here. Masks, camera rotation, orientation. Boom. This will work for orientation 1, 0 and 1, but of course it's always good to test. Now the function is working properly. It should, because the values are exactly the same. And it does. No surprise there. Now we should test the next orientation. So let's go back to level manager. And then the next one is positive Z. Actually, positive Y, positive X, positive Z. Negative X, negative Z, negative Y. Now I have not defined the Z value for the camera for this orientation, because I haven't done that for any of the orientations. So again, forgot to minimize this. And we can see that the camera is not in any way angled correctly. And I've actually the X-axis should change this time. Okay. With that information, and X has to turn. Check and test here. That's not the rotation. It has to be positive. Okay. So, well, that's no problem at all, because all I do is create a second one, which is the X, and this one should be 90. And then I just take the X and code as here, but put it as X instead. Although this one should say 0. So I will guess this will be positive 90 and this will be negative 90. Just wild guesses. We'll see. Let's first see if this even puts the camera correctly. And well, no, it does. I mean, oh, this orientation, yes, but what is going on? What does it do? Oh, what is this? Wait, does it spin? This is weird. Huh. So I've placed the ball correctly, but It does move the camera correctly, but it does not rotate it correctly. It spins for some weird reason. That is weird. How does... Oh, is it because... I guess in this angle it has to... Oh no, this is confusing. Weird that it doesn't really set it the ball is 0 here. Because the ball is completely 0. Huh. This is okay. Let me test the next orientation. I will have to look at that. Okay, it should be -x or 3. That was weird. Mechanical is on her 11th month. Nearly a year of sub. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, this works. Ball is not correctly. Okay. And then I'll assume the... Thank you for your subscribing for another month. I really appreciate that. So it's going to be... It is 2 and 4 that are the one that behaves just weirdly. I have to look into that. It's because I'm changing the x-axis. That must be why. Yeah, so now this one is behaving weirdly as well. Yeah, I'm not allowed to touch the... Okay, I need to figure it. Okay. And then orientation 5 is now -y. Which is the last orientation. This one I don't know. I think I need to turn the camera upside down. So I said it's going to be 180 degrees. Well, it's looking away. Huh. But we can see on the horizon that yes, as the dark is down and the light is up, so it still needs to be turned upside down. But it's also looking away. Okay, so I guess I never... I cannot touch X. It needs to be rotated 100 upside down. But I guess, yeah, I guess I need to change this. I guess it's the Y I need to change, not X. Okay. So it needs to be -90 on these two. No, wait, on these, and then I have to figure out something out on these two. So I just add the camera Y based on the orientation. Like that. I will see if that fixes the upside down view. Yay, cheerleaders! You got all 3 cheerleaders. Hopefully no one else buys another one, because then you need another sub. Huh. That's interesting. I thought they rotated... Did I want to rotate 90 degrees? No, I did rotate 100 degrees. Huh? Huh? It makes no sense. Does it? We can see on the because I forgot to minimize the view anyway. You can see that the camera is not pointing the correct way. What is going on? This is messing with my brain. Okay, let's go back to the default orientation. Pon is making a game with a lot of orientations in it. So I don't need the view like this anymore. Okay, so this one still behaves correctly. Good, everything works here. But it's every other orientation that does not. Well, it seems like 3 of the orientations are working properly. 0, 1, and 3, but not 2, 4, and 5. For some reason. The placement of the camera and placement of the ball are correct. It's specifically the camera's rotation is wrong. This one works correctly. As we can see, the camera is orbiting around the ball. And the ball is there and the camera is orbiting around it, always looking at it, which is what I want. Obviously, there is a mode. And then if I switch it to -1 here, switch it directly to orientation 3, skipping 2. That puts the ball on the other side of the cube. And that works. Yeah. Little box 2. Good. And the camera is always looking at it. And it's also rotated correctly, so the cube should always be down. Now let's go to orientation 2. Let's figure out 2 and 4. Because they are not behaving correctly. What settings do I have on them? I've set both to 0 now. So let's see what effect that has. So the ball is there on that side, but the camera is looking away. Okay, the camera seems... So I think... I might need to set it to Y positive 90. Okay, let's try that. Instead of a negative 90, we set it to positive 90. Let's do it on both. That might fix it. Is it such that confusing code to deal with? At least it's only 6 orientations. Good thing we don't live in a 4-dimensional world. But did not fix it. It did not in any way change which direction the camera is looking. And I assume if I change the Z view... Wait, can't I just... Wait. Okay, let's do this. I'll make 3 new inputs, which is floats, X add, Y and Z add. And all they do as a play is that they add the X, Y, and Z values. Now it will complain here. I will make X add, Y and Z add. and serial spins here. I could fill up with some more water. Anyway. So let me just quickly get some water. Oh look, it's fat. Look how cute it is, all fat. I think I got every gem so far. Come on. Happy eating. Ow.
Hello again, Pom Pom.
Hey, yay, Mechanical is back.
Yippee.
Do you know how... Do you realize how he sounded when he said that? You know, I changed my mind. Slowpoke would be cute in one. I think a Slowpoke could be... You know what? In fact, I'm going to search for Slowpoke made... Actually, didn't get anything. Unfortunately. No, that didn't work out. I'm disappointed. Oh no, I don't have any more bazookas. Oh, this is going to be so hard. It says pun. Yep, okay, let's just restart. I'm not going to continue.
Yeah, I admit that's pretty cool though.
I mean, I will admit that I don't think Kafki struggled this much in his level.
Hey, shut up, okay?
Oh, coach is telling me to shut up. So, now I can apply an X, Y, and Z value to the camera. So basically the camera is tilted. So all we do is go to the cube here, and then we've got the values here. So I can modify these. So yeah, so you can see I can rotate the camera. So I can see what the values do. And set is... So what I'd have to do... Okay, let's first put the ball in rotation 0. Rotation 0. Because that makes things easier. So I need the camera to... face... My cursor just disappeared. So I need this... Okay, so in 0 rotation... Okay, let's make notes, because I might need to make a complicated... It's not complicated, but... So, rotation 0. It should be... Oh, there we go. Rotation share should be y minus 90, z plus 90. But then when I add here, now we can see that the camera is now pointing wrong. So this should still be plus 90. Okay, and then I have to change the x-axis to minus 90. Okay, so x is 0. At rotation 90, x is minus 90, y is 0. This is so confusing. Z is plus 90. That is all, seems to always be plus 90 then. And then when I rotate to this angle, x becomes 180. Oh no. Well, it's so at rotation 180, x is 180 plus or minus. That's like that. We'll see. Y becomes plus 90. And Z is still plus 90. And then finally add rotation 270. X is... Oh, yeah, I see. Why are you not typing? Rot 270, X is plus 90, Y is not plus 90, because I had to fix the rotation. Y is 180, and Z is still plus 90. Not confusing at all, right? So... how do we do this? Well, we do this like this. So minus 90 same as plus 270. And actually it's just a rotation minus, so okay, Y, so take the Y position. Okay, so that means that I do need a float X after all. Camera X. There. So the Y, as I said, is going to be the rotation minus 90. And the X rotation is just the inverse of rotation. So it's just negative rotation. And this should hopefully work. We'll see. Demons. They didn't even compile my code. Something didn't seem to compile here. There we go. And then it does show it in both these directions, but something went wrong. Okay, and this is 0. The Y should be in there. Oh, wait, why is that not working? Camera Y orientation. Orientation is 2. Did I pick the wrong one? No, it's 2, yes. At 2, it should be the rotation value minus 90. So at 0 rotation, the ball is at 0 rotation, right? Ball is at 0 rotation. And I did not add like a minus. It's just a rotation, pure rotation. Yeah, and then it takes... Okay, it's not, something's weird going on here. I say it's true. Okay, so it does... it is at rotation 0. At rotation 0, the Y value should be... well, negative 0. I mean, it's still 0. Plus the Y modifier, which is the rotation value, which is 0 minus 90, should be minus 90. But when I check the player camera value here, which is behind Pompon, it says rotation 0. Also, I forgot to change. Camera said should be plus. Okay, you know what? I did forget to change one value. but I don't see how fix it, but maybe it does. Maybe that was... No, that should just fix one of the rotation things. Maybe that was the issue. It was apparently the issue. Oh, strange. Okay, it's working now. It's so weird when it stops at like 89, 98. The value should be pure. Guess I could apply around this value. Doesn't matter. Might be an error with the quaternion. Anyway, it does rotate fine. Now we just have to figure out. It was actually not very complicated. Now we just have to fix 8 when the ball is on the other side, which is 4. And we'll see. I will leave it as the default values here. And I will do the exact same calculations here. Let me and see. It's probably some values that are going to be inverse and stuff. So go to the player, because that's how I can control the camera, because the player is controlling the camera. So x is going to be minus 90. Let's, for the sake of argument, say write all the values in positive values. So I'm going to say 270. Y will have minus 90 as well. And I guess Z is just... Wait, can't I change Z and Y? Yes, I can. I wonder which I should... I probably should... No, positive 90. I should probably change Z there. And then... Oh wait, this is 270 by the way. Let's set player back to 0. This is 180 and 90. Yeah, 180, 90. Okay, I can see what's going on here. Then I assume the next value is going to be 90, 180. Let's change it to 90, 180 and move to the next. There, oh look, it's correct. So the next one should be 0 and 270. 0, 270. Boom. It's correct. Okay, so it's almost like the system behind this whole thing. So in this case, instead of rotation minus 90, it is rotation plus 90. And this one, instead of its negative rotation, it is negative rotation, but it is negative rotation with offset by 180. This time, without applying in modifiers, the camera should... Oh wait. Again, forgot to change the Z to video. There we go. One more try. And there we go. Now the camera's working. Whoa! This is... Camera control is, of course, that was what I was fearing. That would probably be the most complicated part of this project. And now on the final orientation, let's reset everything back to 0 so I can then try to see which... I need to learn to minimize this. Because I can switch view, but that doesn't change the view on stream. But if I minimize it, it does hide it. Okay, so we need this to point at the board. This is rotating this way. I do not want that. I want to rotate this way. There we go. So at 90 it points at it. But of course upside down, so I need to rotate this 180 degrees. And that's it. Oh, was it that easy? I guess. Yeah, I accidentally wrote 180, 180, which was 90, 180. Well then, it is now working. So if I run this one without the modifiers and just pure code. Yep, there we go. It is now working. It's pretty cool. Now it doesn't matter which side the ball of the cue the ball is on. The camera will behave correctly. Success. And I can bring back the regular level again. We're gonna play this. Head pads, yeah, this is what we call a success. Oh yeah. And now we're just behaving correctly here. Now we just need the ball to move, I guess. Should I fix so the camera view is correct? Because it's camera view is now flat with the world. I want it to point down a bit. If I change the aspect ratio to what is this? We got free aspect, which is the regular one. So you can like. But then we have a 69 aspect, which I'm going with because that's what game will usually play at. We got the 1610 aspect, which has a fixed height of the camera. I wonder if there's any settings for that. But then we got like full HD, WXGA, QHD, 4K UHD. Like, what's the point? Like, I understand that some of these are like changing the aspect ratio, but full HD and 4K Ultra HD are the exact same thing. I mean, sure, just a different number of pixels, but it's still 16 by 9. But can't I? Oh, I can add manually actually. So I can do 4 by 3 aspect. Or did I manually add this? If I don't add a label, it will. No, this is okay. My customer says I add this to the bottom. I guess it makes sense that the height is fixed. 4 by 3 old school gaming. Jaded, you got a strawberry. Hello, Jaded. Nice to see you. Okay, I'm going to go and check a reference quickly. Because I kind of want to align the camera similarly. Not exactly, but similarly. I don't want to copy. I do feel like the camera should point a little more down because you don't need to see so much horizon when you're playing. You kind of want to see a bit more what the ground is like. If that makes sense. But hello. So, if I were to actually specify this very odd specific resolution here, if I add a new one, fixed resolution, yes, that's what I'm looking for. Why did they close it? Just because I copied another value. How am I supposed to copy? What does Unity have to be like this? Okay, let's add it to a separate document so I can see the values while I'm typing them out, and it's going to be like this. Let's do like that. So this aspect here is slightly different. Now, can I maximize this? I can. But it's still not... Oh, it's still not fully full. That's annoying. How do I... Can I hide this bar? Wait, what is this? Doesn't tell me. But I can hide them, I guess. It's kind of annoying because it's slightly scaled down. ...230 frames per second. Oh yeah, I see. It doesn't have... Okay, can I make the game... Can I make... That might explain why the game is running so... Unity 6 editor limit frame rate. Limit frame rate in editor. Location target frame rate wise. It's represented plus with a rest being about setting an FPS limit in game. Reasons why I want a limit for the scene views. I don't want to listen to the jet engine. I want to rotate my camera in an empty scene. Is that really the only thing they have? Well, they won't be annoying like that. Now let's change it then. How do I... Well, I need to... Oh, this is the wrong one. Because it says that at start or awake or something. What did it say? Shouldn't be awake, actually, not start, by the way. Should fix that. Yeah, awake. So the level manager should have at awake. And it said that they could like okay, maybe I do it at the start. Let's application target frame rate frame cap. But then I need frame cap. By integer? okay. Let's put it at 60. But I don't want this to be like part of the wanna build the game, so let's fix that. There we go. Oh yes, and if I add zero, let's build this. I should also be able to adjust it. Well, let's see if that works. Because I don't need to be like 200, 300 frames per second. So I should be able to see it here. 60. So now we are actually running it. Let's see. Yeah, now it's 60. Okay, that should reduce the performance. Should still play as smooth for me still. I could limit it to 30 because I'm technically only streaming at 30 just to improve my streaming performance more than anything. It's not that I want to, not shoot. I messed that up. You know what I tried to say. But yeah, that's nice. There's an error here, but oh, there we go. Oh yeah, that thing works then. I just switched. Is there like a run in separate window? But still, what do we call this? Well, I mean, I guess I could create this as a separate. Okay, could create a separate window and then there we go. That was actually a pretty simple solution. I didn't think about it. There we go. Now. Now I can. That window I can close. It's not. No, I don't need this one. There we go. What was I? Because now I can adjust. Yeah, my camera definitely needs to be facing toward more downwards. Let's see if I can do that. And assuming, okay, wait. Let's bring up all the camera controls I need. Which I think, oh yeah, let's see which camera controls I do have. Yes, it's angle and the height. Okay, let's see now. Let's see, it's a float, which is camera pitch and camera zoom. Pitch is 30, zoom is 2.5. Those are the values I've set them to now. But this value should change over time, depending on what's happening. There we go. I should be able to adjust these now to get the desired look. Erasure cover. Like erasure. I don't know how to say that. There. So I can change the pitch. This is basically determining the pitch of the camera's position. It doesn't change the angle of the camera. I need to fix that. Shouldn't 30 allow me to? Yeah. 30, and this is kind of much actually. That's interesting because 0. There's at least a 0. Wait. Oh yeah. There's one detail I forgot. It doesn't focus on the ball's position. So if the ball actually moved, that doesn't actually move the camera because it focuses on this point here. So if I do set the pitch to 30 and then set the angle of the camera to 30, it looks at the center of the, yeah. And if I set the pitch to 90 and the angle down to 90, it looks straight down. Okay, so first I probably have to make it so that the camera is actually looking at the ball. Oh yeah, I really should have a pitch value here. So it takes rotation, the pitch, zoom, and orientation. It never actually cares about the player's position, which of course is an issue. So I need to so shouldn't that be just plus transform position? That should be it, I think. Because then it just adds an offset to where the ball actually is located. Let's see if that is doing it. Sure did something. Where if that is 0, it should be located. Okay, so yeah, so it is in the location of where, okay, but the ball is further down. The ball should be 45 units, centi-units. So, hello there. Chestnut, nice. So it says 50, so it's at 0, so 5 centi-units down. As in centimeters. Should be at the top of the ball, and then it should move another. It should move a total of 27.5 units down. So if I go to down, vector 3. Wait. Well, what does it take? Orientation. So, or orientation. The down. Okay, but I want down to actually take an overflow. What do we call it? So I have a mass down here. Because I have these, but then I copy it and then add a float distance. So instead of a 1, I'll set it to there, and I will go here. I should be able to, yes, so now it has, you can't see this, but you can just specify you get a length of 1, or you can actually specify the length, which in this case is 0 period 275 float. And it should be the down direction, and I'm using the down function here because I want it to move downwards towards whatever the orientation is, of course, because the down varies. This is so, speaking of, it's not true, because why is it, oh wait, it's because its angle is wrong. So if I go and change this to 30, it should now put the ball right in the middle. Good, good. Just speaking of that, what is actually in the right in the middle of the original game? Certainly isn't the ball. Because it doesn't move the ball down. I wonder if it's... Is that only centered on screen at least? I mean, that makes sense. Oh, that makes sense. But the question is... Oh yeah, no, it does... Jumping actually does move the camera. Huh. I'm analyzing. Because if you do look down, it does place the cursor like it's like it's at the top of the its target is This is interesting. Interesting. I wonder if I should just take the but then when you do look down, it should, the center of the screen is ahead of the ball. I can't just take the down position, because then, I mean, I could just have a forward, like just like I have it down. I could just have a forward. So as you start looking down, because it's a smooth movement, it's not like clipping, cutting to that. It could just push the camera forward to get the same effect. So yeah. But by default, I wonder. This requires brain power. So maybe I do -5, so that negative makes it an up instead of a down. And then I just need the camera pitch to be included in the the camera rotation. Loads pitch. Well, here comes the annoying part. How what is the pitch in every orientation? Let's figure that out. What is the pitch in every orientation? So let's go through each of the 6 orientations and determine what should the pitch value do. And to speed up my process, I'm going to I can't modify the orientation immediately. So by default, the pitch is just positive x-axis. So I am now, but it doesn't matter. So pitch is positive x. If I switch to orientation 1, that means that the block will be on this side. X is still okay. X, there's still positive x. And if I switch orientation 2, that means that the means the block is on this side. Well, then I can't pitch it correctly, because this rotates this way. So this rotates the exact same way. Why is 2 axes doing the exact same thing? And this angles this. This one does now correctly work. Okay, something's broke. This is not good. And orientation 3. So that's the same issue. Four, 5. Yeah, it seems to be correct. There should be -x. It's just orientation 2. Wait, why doesn't even 3 work properly? Because 3, then the block should be on this side. Because the x and Why is it? Why is it broken? Can I? Maybe I just need to rethink how to do the camera. Because there should be other. Because I still want to affect the pitch. Maybe there's like kind of like a. Does the quaternion Euler have any over? Can take away the 3 or 3 per float. How can I like? What function can I like Euler angles 1 over 2? I assume it's a vector 3 or so Euler angles are. And then the Euler rotation through values. What if I type angles? Is that so? What will happen? How much will it break? Pete the sheep. I summon modify an array while you're iterating through it in face-up attack. How would an array attack? Well, I guess it would like multiply for every instance in every item in the array. I got an error message, but it disappeared. Whoa. It's acting crazy. I'm not really sure how this works. I assume angles might be. Just give me an error. It's obsolete. This one should trigger because it uses radians instead of degrees. I see. Oh, not Euler rotation then. This function which is radians and degrees. Why do you have 2 names for the same thing? And what if we want to use radians instead? How about that? Okay, how do I? Camera. Yeah, I'm really struggling with getting the camera to work here. Where did my cursor go? Okay, this whole thing broke. Things breaking. Vimri outfit. Nice. Good choice. Okay, do a search for like Unity, camera rotation, pitch, width down defined. Per, I require pleasing. Jaded, you are pleased. You like that? Are you happy with that, Jaded? Purr for me, Pon. Purr. Very good. You smug one. With your drink. What are you up to now, Jaded? I'm not up, I'm still in bed. No, this is not very easy to find. This is very okay. Let's see what how to get pitch in your of global position for camera, limit camera rotation. Unable to make camera tilt up or down to match player. Also limit camera pitch. No, these aren't helping me. Very good. So I must see what I can make sense of. Don't I have... I guess I have a down, I don't have an up. But that's the inverse of down, to be fair. Pon-pon-ish, 96% Q today, you know what that means. Or even is 4% Q today. What do you mean it's 4% Q today? Also means no one's been mean today. Good, yeah. Coach is 13,426% Q today. Now it's starting to look like something. Okay. As I said, what I can do to simplify these... No, that's fine. I could... I do have... Yeah. No, let's keep it like this. This is
Well, here's the sleep shop's answer.
There seems to be
Well, here's the sleep shop's answer.
this seems to be a function that is to determine where we want to look. So let's simplify things. I mean, this code is kind of simple anyway, and now I broke it. So instead of camera rotation, let's create a new function which I call camera look. So what we do in this function is that we return a quaternion, which is a look rotation. It takes creates a rotation with spaces forward and upwards direction. So we have a forward where we want to look, and an upwards, which is down vector 3 but inverse. So that's why I'm curious if I should create an up vector 3. Oh, it needs a so we need an orientation here. So we can specify what up is. Placing down. This is why I'm curious. Should I create an up, which is up inverse of down, really? Okay, just copy these two functions here and like which is called up instead. And a negative becomes positive, positive becomes negative. Because all it is the inverse. There you go. And then instead of doing, also thank you for the plushie, and instead of doing negative down, I'll just type up instead. I just need the point where it looks at. Thank you for the help, guys. Wait, there is also quaternion angle axis. Okay, no, wait. Let's return quaternion angle axis. Create a rotation which rotates angle degrees around axis. Okay, but how do I do? Okay, yeah, so it rotates. But how do I control the pitch then? Deprecated angle. This angle in degrees between two rotation A and B. Set the range. I've set the range from 0 to 180, and is that interesting? I guess it would make sense 0 to 180 because you can't have more than that. So you have rotation, and then you have up the vector 3 of it based on orientation. But this does not give pitch. Sword of Damocles. Why are you requesting so many weird songs? Wait. Which artist is this? Richard O'Brien. Did you request that? Like. No, it doesn't seem like you have requested this. It's something obscure, never heard of. Is it just this song, but it's not here? Okay. I guess that's another song that you want that you didn't tell me about. Oh, you. I asked you about songs, and then like, here are the songs, and okay, I'll add those songs, and then like, okay, but this song. Probably didn't remember it. But yeah, it is fair. I'm just being silly. Because it can take a point to look at. I guess that's it really. I assume it's a look rotation. Takes a vector 3 forward. Do you call it a forward? Well, I guess that's the forward, which includes pitch. Okay. So what I could do is just like a vector 3 point like that. Instead of camera rotation, I do a camera look. Okay, let's comment out this one, and let's do Mathix camera look, and I would take position, bump, and then we take the orientation like that. I wonder if this works. There's only one way to figure out this, by testing. This is Stand of Tomorrow by Ravage. Plushie for the silly bunny. The field player script xadd is assignment never used. Oh, yes, because the new function doesn't use those 3 values. So I will remove them. They were just debugging values anyway. Okay, as we can see, this is clearly not working. Is the look relative to the player, to the camera? It must be relative to camera. So I'm giving it the absolute position, but it was a relative position. Okay. Vector 3 camera position is this. It's crazy thing. And then we have vector 3 camera look direction, which is either transform position minus camera position or the other way around. And then I just have to do set camera position and camera look direction is There we go. We'll see if this works then. Oh no, there's a doggo in the taco. How did that end up like that? Eat it. It will be very crunchy. Okay. This works, and now it looks down on the ball. It looks down. And I should be able to change the pitch of the ball as well. Not the ball. That makes no sense. The camera. Because the pitch... Oh, yeah. Until it reaches the top, then it flips over. Yeah, look at this. Oh, yeah. Is that okay? Well, yeah, the fifth one. The fifth one wasn't redeemed 2 hours after it started. That's actually crazy. That's probably the longest time so far, maybe. Okay, you can look straight. You should be able to look straight down, but it will be slightly ahead. Okay, so basically now, so I can adjust the pitch, and I can adjust the zoom. Okay, until it goes negative, and I can zoom out. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a bit too crazy, and I can, oops, and I can zoom in. So with this, I should be able to adjust. Yeah, the only value I don't have here is the position. Okay, offset. Let's add. Okay, I don't need those 3 anymore. It was fun trying to fix the camera, but I found a better function. Camera height, which is currently half upwards. Or should it be? Oh, whatever. And I go down. Or should it be? No, whatever. Oh, pun. It's here. Okay, no, I can do up now instead. And camera height. There we go. Because I added up. So, once again, I can make this. No! Reese! Why? Okay. I will have camera look target, and then I will have a quaternion camera rotation, which will take this stuff, and then it should say camera target. Giggle, stop laughing at me. You're also mean to me. I deserve to do this. Probably should comment all this stuff. Comment? Nah. No comments needed. No, I really need that. It looks sassy bunny. I'm not this. Okay, you might argue like, oh, well, Pokemon is a bit sassy. She's just running around in her underwear. But like, that's not my fault. I wasn't the one to put myself in underwear. Wait a minute. This isn't correct. Should I call it? There we go, Jumpstar. Thank you for following. It's so damn hot I hate it. No, that's fair. Wait, didn't really. So if I said this is 0, and I said this is 0, it should be like right align in the center of the ball. Maybe it's at the top of the ball. So it should be my minus. That should be the height of the ball. That should be, yeah. But it seems to change the position of the camera. I'm not really... Okay, I must have done something wrong here. It should just change... You shouldn't change the height of the camera because that's pitch. Roll of the pitch. Let's say 38. That is hot. It's not that. That is really hot. Hello, Tim Megasnake. Hello again. Hello, welcome. Okay, the camera position should not have the offsets of where to look. Okay, let's remove that. Oh, because the camera's position should purely be based on the board. Well, maybe it should have it. Wait, I'm trying to see it now. No. Doesn't make sense to have it, but like I will probably I should probably just add it here in that case. Let's see if that makes sense. My per redeem. Wait, isn't it working? There's this. It should be working. It should be available. Oh, didn't I do? Did you do a redeem? Oh, you did. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I really need to put up alerts so I can hear when people are doing their redeems. Yes, I should purr as the cat girl. I should definitely put up alerts for redeem that are not automatic. Yay, purring pon cat. I'm a purring pon cat. Well, wait, what control dragon? Oh, I can move this. Oh, I can change the position here. I want to attach it to the actual place where... Whatever. Yay, pon purrs. I can set play to like a weird angle. So yeah, so now when I set it to 0, yes, now it's behaving correctly. So now it's just shifting the camera. The height is just shifting the camera's position, and the pitch is angling the pitch of the camera. I think the do you know? I think. Let's go back to the playing. Yeah, I think. The camera should be slightly forward. I think so. I should have thank you for follow Akihabarik. Is that a reference to Akihabara? Wait, what was it called again? What was it called? Akihabara, there we go. Which is a region in Tokyo and a part in Chiyoda. Yeah, the place is Akihabara and your name is Akihabarik. Is it a coincidence or is it a reference to that? Just curious. And if it is a reference to that is a very obscure thing, maybe. I don't know how obscure it is. I mean, obviously, if you know about the districts of Tokyo, would it be? Who knows the truth? Also, it's Tokyo, but whatever. Who knows the characteristics of Tokyo? And if you flip the syllables around, you get Kyoto, and that is a different city in Japan. Anyway. Yeah, so what I will do is also have an offset. So the camera is forward. So therefore I should have a forward vector. That is going to be complicated because the forward it's going to be based on, okay, go to up. Because forward is based on rotation. So let's copy and go to down and up, and now I need forward. Fuzzy. Forward. And then we get float rotation. To be honest, just couldn't come up with any other nickname, but kind of like Japan and Tokyo as well. Bye. Do you know about a game series that is based in Akihabara? Should I play that on stream? How do I get it forward and based on the rotation and up angle? So basically, it needs to take into consideration what is up. Yes, it's do. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay, let's see now. I'm trying to narrow down the how I. Oh yeah, well I remember. Yeah, get your daily fruit. And also what? I don't think there's anything else to do. But there's nothing else to do. Oh, the cooldown on the way is huge. No. Yeah. Is it too much? Or do you think I overdid it? Yeah, it was 10 minutes before, now it's 30 minutes. I think you want underwear to be a rare treat, yeah. That's what I feel. I feel like it was kind of a bit overused before. So it's fine as is. Still like twice an hour. Which you could argue is kind of rare, but 30 minutes, not too long. Yeah, at least I didn't do it once per day or something. So I need to figure out how to get it forward. So I'm trying to read it. Yeah, like, because this is super easy. So I have the local upwards angle. So I don't need this anymore. So I don't need to calculate what these values are. But what I do need is the up vector 3 based on orientation. But it will be the same, but one will allow you to specify a length if you want, otherwise you get one. There's some kind of vector 3 dot system. This is complicated stuff. Let's see if I can find anything more. Okay, let's do it this way. So what we'll do is we'll actually go back to the switch function because we're going to use some mathematics. So we'll take we'll probably see this exact same function here. Here they are. Okay, let's see. Well, I don't need, what I need is the cosine notes sine values. We need to convert the angle to radians, which I have here. But I don't need a pitch, that's the thing. Because there's no pitch to deal with. So we need the cosinus and regular sinus of. Is there no like mass cos? Kind of confusing, or they keep mixing up. I call it rotation radians, like this. So the distance, because of up and down, will be 0, but it is the other ones that will change. So sinus, cosinus, minus sinus. Let's go. We'll see if it works. Still haven't tested if this new camera setup is even going to work in the other orientations. There. And then we do the exact same thing here, but we'll multiply these by the distance. So I think this might work. The rotation might be off. I might need to add the modifier to it, but let's test it, because I do have a function that is that I call a debug draw, and then I have one that's called crosshair. That's the only one I have, but I could add more if I want. And then I can calculate vector c points. So I do forward vector 3, and then I specify the rotation, which is rotation, and orientation, which is orientation, because easy. And then you can specify the color as color green, I guess. That must stand out. So if this function now works, did it even refresh anything? Okay, it wasn't selected. Okay, now just refresh it. Coach, then you can walk around in your shirt and panties as much as you want, especially if you visit me, then you can definitely do that. Now it should have a green crosshair, which is, yeah, as we can see, it's offset, so that's no problem. We'll have to shift that. In fact, this looks to be in inverse actually. So it needs to be inversed. Okay, let's fix this. Okay. The rotation is with negative. That's step 1. I forgot to minimize it. That should fix it, and then there's like 90 degrees off. That also need to fix. So now so it should be plus 90 degrees, I think. Let's try that. 90 float minus rotation. I think that would be correct. There's only one way to figure that out. Bonky bonky. Hitting my knee. There we go. And no, it was the wrong way. It should be negative 90. Negative rotation minus 90 then. Doesn't matter which order it attacked me. Is whatever order I like to have them in. There you go. Now there's a green dot in front, which I can then use to place the camera slightly ahead of the ball. Which also, I mean, I also need this to even determine which block is one step in front of the ball as well, because it needs to be able to determine, is there a block here that I can move to? And now it has a marker that can find that. Isn't that cool? So it's one block ahead of the ball. Hi, hello. Or relaxing. But trying to remember what I should have called you. The names can be tricky. Do. Also, why do I have the half an hour later start time in my title? It's not even relevant anymore. Hasn't been relevant for 2 hours now. It's pronounced relaxing. Yeah, I did tell them that. What's the number 0 at start meant to represent? To get a unique username, maybe. Relaxing. Quote, don't look at my pants again. I wonder if I can simplify this code. Cold likes to do that. Yeah, I think Kochi likes to stare at my butt. I agree with you, Cold. It's just that I put relaxing, but it wasn't available, so I thought maybe if it's 0, it was available. Interesting they put the 0 at the start. Maybe you did try put it at the end, but now it reads like a 0 relaxing. Are you not relaxed? You need to relax more. So all I have to do now is up vector, and then I take the forward vector. Camera position. There we go. For okay, now it's getting a bit. And then distance is camera forward. That's a new variable I create now. Camera pitch, zoom. I don't use no I have pitch. There we go. Then it'll become relaxing. Yeah, I mean, at least that sounds fun, doesn't it? Instead of relaxing, you got relaxing. That sounds like a fun username, doesn't it? Would make it unique too. You're a game developer. Well, I like how you wrote that. You're a game developer. What do you know about making usernames? Yes, I'm trying to develop a game here. That is true. TRU. Wait a minute. Something's wrong here. It doesn't at all move the camera forward. That doesn't make sense to me. It moves the camera to the side. As we can see here. How does that work? This doesn't make sense to me. Height works, that's good. But this doesn't work. I don't want it to go sideways. What? That doesn't make sense to me. Can someone explain to me how this makes sense? Because it adds the position, and already calculated the position. It's wait, I know why. I did this correction here. This correction is not applied here. Oh, pun. I'm into coding too, but in hacking world. Wait, what does that mean? Are you hacking? There we go, now it's great. That's what you call a bug. Okay, this is starting to look like how I'm looking. Okay, so now I control for the height of the camera, how much forward it should be, the zoom, as well as the pitch. I think I got all the controls I need to adjust the camera's position. Fancy porn. Okay, time for me to place the camera in the correct position. Let's see if I can do that. Let's first make sure I have so one of the angles should be sharper. How do I access? Can I duplicate this? Or maybe I can, yeah. Add tab, Spectre. Good. Can I change which view I'm showing you? Maybe I can change this one. Ah, I could not. Well, that broke it. Okay. Really? Huh. Interesting. But it can't capture that one. Huh, weird. I need this one to be able to see the view correctly. So I guess I'll just work in a bit of secret now. Secret. As I'm trying to adjust the angles and stuff. So the pitch should be lower. So let's go to 20 degrees. As I said, in the end I might do certain adjustments so I get it more like how I think is appropriate. This seems to be correct. You know what? What if I were to change the level design? The first level is still going to be different than this. It's just a circle. I like hacking, and so in hacking we can also create our own hacking tools. So they need some coding language to. Yeah, that's fine. That sounds reasonable. But what are you hacking? You're not hacking me, are you? I got pelted with a plushie. Wait, this is wrong. How am I singing this? No, this is correct. Because these are columns. Yeah, this is really great. So if I were to restart the game, no, I'm a beginner, so I'm not good at it. Okay, what's your goal then? Oh, this became a bit bigger than I thought. Oh yeah, because it should only be up to 3, not 4. There. I will create a level editor when I'm get everything to work. There we go. Alright, and then I need to select player object so I can manipulate it. Okay. Now, which is correct. My goal is to become grey hat ghost hacker so nobody can track me, even I hack everyone. Well, that's a goal for sure. Okay, maybe no, look at this. Maybe in the game the cameras just move forward. Yeah, this is just really close. Wish I could put. Okay, so. If I change it to a 19 degrees instead. And also this depends on the... yeah, it should be more. 17 degrees. It's close. Yeah, I think the field of view is different. I think that's what's going on here. Okay, so this is close. So I'm going to type in these values, and then after I'll tweak to my own liking afterwards. This is level measure again, it's not to play a script. Jinx is saying that it doesn't have any height. So, and then I will probably have to adjust the camera field of view. No, I actually don't know what's... No, it might not be the field of view. I actually don't know how they managed to... Okay, it might be... Okay. It might be the field of view, but... It's more forward. It's like 1 unit forward. And then it's this field of view that is altered. Yeah. Yeah, I see how it is. I see. Oh yeah. Then I need to... Now I need to change the pitch again. Let's go back to... okay, so it might be too much actually, 20. It's a lot of tweaking now. Huh. No, let's go back to 30. So. 30 is too much. 22. That is close. But it should be like more zoomed in. Tweaking. Is it? Unfortunately, I can't show you because it didn't want to show. Oh, is the field of view wrong? I wonder if there's any information regarding this. What's your goal? Well, to make this play, my goal is to make the bubble travel around. Do you have any friends? Guess not. Fun, hi. Hello, Anonymous Bunny. Did you add those new quotes? As I've seen in the movie and series, people who are into coding and that stuff have less friends. Well, I don't think how warped everything was. I finished stream last night and passed. No, that's fine. Do you know how you can find all of those codes easily? By the way, because I wanted to, yeah. Would you like to be my friend? I mean, asking someone to be a friend is very strange to me. It's like I'm not signing a declaration of friendship. It's like we're some kind of nation states that have to declare their alliance or something. I mean, it's just, I mean, if you hang out, if you chat with me, if you like message me in private and we talk about stuff, I mean, we could become friends. But it is just going to be so hard, says SpongeBob. Stream manager does that? Maybe. Otherwise, you can go to it's twitch.tv and then you do /popout/ in this case another gaming bunny /viewer card/ the username you want to check out. In this case, Pon the Dream Bunny. And there you can find all the messages I've sent. So you can then go to and like scroll back a bit to the start of your stream as that day, and then you can search for a quotation mark because I put the quotation mark around all of those. And then you can find them in order as well. Quotes, and then down there we got another weird area. That is my first quote of my first VOD. Not my first stream though, because my first stream does not have a VOD. Then how you make friends? It's also strange to me to ask to be friends, but I don't know how any other way how to ask someone to be friends. You don't ask someone to be friends. That's the it's just something that happens naturally. Because unlike, for example, like a friendship does not require a declaration, if that makes sense. You don't declare a friendship, but you would declare, for example, a relationship in form of being in love, because that's usually more exclusive. Does that make sense? By talking, yeah. If you just, as I said, if we talk here, if we talk in private, if you come back every day, if you wanna collab. Because I did measure when looking straight down. It's slightly ahead of the first, but I guess as you're looking down in the game, the camera is pulling back. Then how I assume my friend. I mean, it's hard to talk because I'm very introverted. I mean, I can talk with person if I feel confident and safe. Yeah. I mean, I do that. I mean, it's the same thing for me. Yeah, I mean. We have so much in common. We're friends. Exactly. Look at that. We have solved it immediately. Just like that. I think this can work. It's just that it's not. I'm not getting the exact look I need. I'm getting close, but close is not correct. I don't want it to be close, I want it to be exact. And if I do it like this, it's like, I feel like it should be further down, but I already put it like down at nothing. Maybe if I move it down like a quarter of a cube. Because I put it at the floor of the cube, but I guess the camera is slightly further down. Okay, and then the pitch should be slightly higher. Small tweaks. Oh, this one is close. The only thing is that if, oh yeah, this is almost perfect. Now the question is, I probably don't have the correct field of view, but it is so close. My power went out last night after I fell. Oh, hope something bad didn't happen. It's playing ads. I'll get some water and I'll read the comments after. Let's go with that. Let's do, and then here's back.
PUBG was at her max gamer mode. I'm at my lowest gamer mode right now. Okay, Mr. Roof, that's what's happening.
Poor Kafki being used as the bar, yeah. Like if you worse than Kafki, you're like, that's an insult to you.
No.
Fetch me some more meat if you just understand it. I'm not here to serve you. The village of Kogam is under attack, sir. And I've heard that you're going to lead the attack, and I'm going to serve on your side. Okay, I'm here to serve you, but not food. Yeah, I'm ready, so we can go. Thank you so much.
Get out of here. Oh my gosh, you don't want me behind you, Pon Pon. I'll be ramming your ass all the time.
I have enough people who wants to do that.
I'm just another in the list.
Yeah. The sound hippos make. run! No, the boulder's faster. What is this? Absolute cheat. Funbon, I figured out what to call you. Beautiful. Zoe. You and all those lovely dresses. I got a lot of outfits. What is the description of Vine Whip? It depends which game you're looking at. A grass type attack. The Pokemon uses its curled whips to strike the opponent. That does sound like spanking.
I can go flying. Whoa!
Oh yeah, you flipped
Nice.
it.
Okay, cool.
Did that work?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Why won't it go?
Because
why
you-
is it stopping when I stop?
Because you continue to press. Oh, now it's exploding. We just had a major crash.
Does this count as a major crash? I don't think it counts as a major crash. It counts as a crash for that guy. not
Yeah,
for me.
yeah, you didn't do a major crash.
I didn't do this. Ta-da! I fit.
You're crazy.
It's fine. Only 1%.
Beautiful.
I damaged my trailer, not my actual truck. It's great.
Yeah, it's not your track, so it's okay. It's always fun at the start of the levels. Like, how did you even end up in this place? Oh. That was a quick death.
This this game doesn't have any counter controls. It's
No.
completely flat.
It doesn't.
Does that mean it's bad, Pon?
Yes.
True.
I mean, that's why they say.
I think there's been an accident here, so you have to pass them on the shoulder.
No, it's a train, right?
Oh, it's a train?
I think so.
It's a motorway. There is no train. Go. No,
Desert
they're
Interlock
stopped on the motorway to let a train pass. No, come on. Wow. Bunnies. So, there we go. And where did the chat go? I clicked on the chat and now it's disappeared. Alright. Put the chat there for some reason. Let's go back to the music. Okay, where was I? How to tell a stranger you want to be friends to that. You're a trans girl in the beginning of transition when I'm very masculine. But wait, what was the question? I mean, whoever you are and however you look and wherever you are in your transitioning, that doesn't matter. That doesn't change anything if you want to be friends. As I said, just talk to people. Get to know the people you wanna get closer to. Does that make sense? Would you like to fill out your question a bit more there so I could answer it a bit better? Good. And I've heard that you're going to lead the attack and I'm going to serve on your side. Okay, I'm here to serve you, but not food. I don't know if that quote makes sense, but I guess that makes quote funnier. Quote, upon like the ball. Quote, bunnies. Bunnies attacking bunnies. Breakfast time, okay. I'm going to eat my toasted toast. Okay, so I should add this to a document. So we have POV, we have each zoom, forward, and height, and I specify all these values. What was this? 90. I think I tried 60 before. But when I did that, 17 to 5 and 0. Of this instant slightly too wide. It's not even correct either. Oh no, that was the order value, sorry. There we go. I'm a pre-HRT transcript. I mean, me too. So, can I tell a strain I want to be friends with that transcript? I mean, you can say that. Twins. You gotta be kidding. You mean there are trans people here? What did you do with my fur? Why did you shame me? I mean, yeah, I'm also not started on my medicine. But I haven't got a message about that. I need to start being lazy and making... Yeah, make some emotes. Make some emotes now. We can do some co-streaming. And while listen to that, you can... and then you can create lots of things. I mean, you shouldn't use AI for that. Bonk. Furback. Thank you, plushies. We do not promote that here. So what is between 90 and 60? I guess 75. That makes sense. So if I try 75 field of view, whatever, so what did I type it of FOV when it's FOV? What did I FOV when it's FOV? FOV. There we go. That is what it is. Yeah, we draw, exactly, we draw. I'm an artist. Your voice is feminine though. Yeah, that has nothing to do with the medicine. That is all practice. I did practice before I started streaming. And then still streaming, I've basically been, I guess, you could say practicing. Base take. Tie fire. Yeah, not use. Yeah, don't use AI. I should ban AI comments. I would ban you relaxing me saying don't like. We don't talk about that. And that's not me being like an artist to draw all my stuff on my own. And sometimes I get stuff not looking the way I want, but it's me learning. But it's also for ethical and environmental reasons too, as well as many other issues that comes with it. I gotta go. Bye bye. Have a great rest of your day. Yeah. I hope to see you again. Hi, Pond. Hello, Yellow Pepper Soda. You're orange today. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. Let's take the average of these two values and let's insert those. I wish I could show you what I'm doing, but I can't. It doesn't show up on screen. But I said that before, but I'm repeating it in case you want to see, like, what are you doing, Pon? I'm adjusting camera. If I'm trying to put this on screen, it's just going to be pure black. You can't see a thing. Okay, so this is close. Okay, let's wait, is this zoom? I just gives too much. If I do that zoom, I'm getting very close to something. Oh, that is close. They're so close. But it's still slightly too narrow. So still too narrow. So it might just be 70 or 65. I'm leaning more towards 70. Bass music, what the heck, give me more. I mean, yeah, just you can do a song request, but it's only for songs that I haven't in the library. I still haven't made a search function, so you kind of have to guess what I have. And most likely I don't have what you're searching for. But yeah. So let's do I'll do like that. And the Yellow Pepper Soda is 77% accuracy. It got kind of low. When you get in some of the low values, it's the name of the song. Give me more. Okay. I wasn't aware of it. Yeah, I have like several thousands of songs in this playlist. I couldn't remember what the name of the song was. Okay, so if I change the field of view to just be 70. I forgot to select the ball or the player, which is probably the ball. Player is a ball. Oh, it was supposed like that. Something tells me the zoom is correct. Okay, if I check this, because if it's close enough, I could just be happy. Huh. I think it is the pitch that I need to change. I wonder if there's a way to calculate also change the pitch did not help me. If there's a way to calculate field of view or something based on some angles and stuff. 100% Q today. Yeah. Outfrying spam. Oh, I never think I've heard about it, but no idea what it is. What game are we working on? This is going to be a ball that traverses cubes. I'm still trying to like really nailing down the camera perspective at the moment. But I'm struggling with that a bit. I mean, I could be happy with how it looks, because it is so close. It is close. Okay, I might go with this. Does it? No, weird of having such a precise height value. The company is messing around with the values. I guess I'll have it like this then. Seems to be giving me a good value. Okay, let's be happy with this. Can I? The window's in the way. I can't place the window where I want it. There we go. So if I stop these, and then I just adjust the values. Any further adjustments to the camera I can make later on. Okay, the field of view is not 60 but 70. I just alters it slightly. And then there we go, let's save that. And then for the values here, it should be the following values. Okay. But hello, Kochi. You're quite sizzled pork and yeah. Kochi, you got a melon as well. Kochi, you're very cute today, by the way, if you check your cuteness value. Kochi's here. Kochi's a good bean. Kochi's a good bunny. 13,426% cute today. Quote, what if I made cherry blossom themed panties? What are you gonna do about that, Todd? Look, I got a cherry quote. Free praises? Oh, shucks. They're not free, you worked hard for them. This doesn't look correct. Huh? So I fixed this. Oh, is this what it's supposed to look like? I guess it's just because views. No, it's just not look correct. What? Yeah, it's not correct. What happened? I set all the values here. Huh? This is weird. Well, I thought I said everything correctly, but so something changed. Then select the actual player object. Again, I need to do further adjustments because I saw that set it correctly, but it's page 30. No, I changed it to 20. What? I have changed it. I have it says 20 here. Oh, did I close the player view? The game view. What is going on? It created with these default values here. Why does it do that? Those are not the values I've set here. I'm missing something. I've set the values here. These are the values it should use. Is it because I have the values? No. Here. It's because of these values. Can I reset that? There we go. Yeah, something weird happened there. Okay. Now it should be correct. Good made, bunny boy. That's coachy. There we go. Now it's correct. Look, you play as a ball in this game. You still can't move forward. It's still a work in progress. However, it does have certain things it checks for, as we can see on the side view here. Also, change the free aspect again. Probably set it to 60:9. It has the marker where the player is. It will use this marker to determine which block it checks against, because you need to know if it's on the block correctly. Because the ball can move freely, and there will be movable blocks that will make it messy. And then it have the green spot here, which is inside the front block. If I rotate, it does shift where front is. Whee! So all I have to do is check if there's a block there, and then I can move towards it. I'm really happy with how well it's running so far. But the question is, which I still haven't checked yet. What's bowling gameplay? Yeah, currently you can rotate, nothing else. Balls, I heard balls. I like balls. Oh yeah, another game here, Bunny. What's your nickname? Do you like balls as well? For what I've understood. All this camera stuff is very messy. Okay, so we're here for the balls. Yeah, I'm obviously watching Pon for the balls. So let's do the same trick again. We need to see. Wait, why am I so green? Oh, let's see what this comment is. Sure, let's allow it. Hey Pon, today is the day of my 1-year anniversary following you. Please do follow age to confirm if that is true. Thank you. It is Lemon's third edition, 18 hours ago. Wait a minute. Why does it say 11 months or 30 days or 1 hour ago? I mean, oh, yes, because it is today, but you did follow quite late, so it's still quite a bit. There's just a few hours. As soon as that hour 18 reaches hour 24, that so yes, so it is your anniversary in the form of day, but not hour. Should I stream until it's your hour anniversary? 6 hours early. No, it's correct day. So Koji is correct. Well, that's pretty neat. And that you also like you kept track of that and everything. I do appreciate it. Also, I should read that comment. Friendos, call me Bunny or Fox. Bunny could work, yeah. I could call you Bunny. Calling you Fox would be really strange, since that's not part of your username. And we got like Todd the Floofy Fox, who's now Todd Foxotic. And I love balls, big balls, small balls, ball gags. Oh yeah, when you're doing different kind of gags using balls. Yeah, I understand. They're hard for mommy. We're here for the balls. If you search my quotes for ball and balls, since when you search my quotes, it will search that as a individual word. You can see how many ball and balls quotes I have, which is a lot. I have talked about the balls a bit too much. But yeah, that's pretty cool, Kochi. And Bunny has been following for 5 months, 21 days and 1 hour. Because... And it says 1 hour because... It should say 2 hours, shouldn't it? It's like off by 1 hour. I don't know why. It was 5 months ago. No, it was in January. No, it's not off by 1 hour. In that case, it is correct. I guess. Because it... I guess it doesn't really need to take that. I mean, it is... Technically, yeah. The reason why it says 1 hour ago instead of 2 hours ago is because it's 1 hour time difference now. And of course it gives it in my local time. So if you were to check, so currently it's 15:28 UTC and you follow 14:18 UTC. So that was an hour ago. I'm not sure if it's necessary for it to be that exact. But I mean, it's neat, I guess. When I have anyone else can check their follow age. Oh, anyway, as I asked the Bunny to do, who didn't do it, I'm going to do it. So type quote and the ball. I have 15 quotes that has the word ball in it. And then if I type quote balls, I have 79 quotes. So we got like, you can do much more with a soft ball than a hard ball. And I'm a simple bunny, I like balls. Pon, are you excited for the Steam sale? I mean, I've been posting that on your server, you know. So it's less than 2 hours away. It's 1 hour and 31 minutes. I'm gonna see what's available for a good price and if I should stream some of those. So anyway, I was going to test if the camera thing is working correctly for all the angles, by the way, since I changed to a new code and I haven't tested if that works. So for example, if you're standing on top of one cube like this, it works perfectly fine. But if we change these to change it to orientation number 1, and if you don't know what that is, well, I guess you will see. I need to fix so the ball is displayed correctly. The ball is not placed correctly. Let me fix that. And the ball is not filling up like the full square, so it's off to the side, and its orientation doesn't actually change. I wonder if I can fix that in it. Like, how would I do that in a reasonable way? So yeah, so it does rotate correctly. So I guess it is working, and this forward position should also change correctly. It does. Yeah, everything is working correctly. As we can see here, the ball is on the side. The ball should be placed there, not here. I'm trying to think, is that something the player objects itself should manage? Or is it like, should I rotate the player object? Like, if we start a game again. But I can take the actual player object, and then I can apply. Which rotation should it be? It should be the Z rotation. It should be like that. There we go. Everything is still working perfectly fine, but even though I'm rotating the player, so maybe. But I guess that's up to the player object to do. What kind of game are you trying to make? I'm making a game where you traverse the blocks as a ball. I mean, you'll see. You'll see. And then, coaching, maybe you want to play it. Well, I know I've been following Elise since yesterday. Well, you can always check. Cole can also check. Yeah, Ponpon is analyzing this ball. Yeah, Ponpon sure loves balls if she makes a game where you play as a ball. What is not more Ponpon? Ponpon releases her first game. What's the main character? A ball. Oh, of course. Of course. Okay, let's okay. 0 is no rotation. 1 is Z minus 90. So let's check the other while I'm doing this. Let's check the other ones. So if we go to orientation 2, I can type it. It's 2, 3, 4, 5. That places the ball on this side, and then that should be the X rotation, and that's X. Also, did I? Yes, this was minus. Okay, so this is plus 90. So X plus 90. There we go. As you can see now, it still rotates correctly. Ah, it's so nice when it just works. I was messing around with that so much before, and then I completely scrapped that code because it wasn't working properly, and now I have brand new code that is actually working properly. I assume this is going to be set plus 90, the other one's going X minus 90. The last one, I'm free to choose whichever axis I want to rotate according to, because it's okay. There we go. Let's do the obvious thing here. We have the player, and as I was saying, it's probably going to be plus 90, and it is. It said plus 90. The last one is going to be X minus 90, and yeah, And the ball is placely correct. And the camera is rotated as it should. So nice when it just works. I'm just repeating myself now, but it's so nice when it just works. And I can skip 4 because through simple calculations I already know what that one should be. It is the last one. There I have 2 choices. Should I change the x-axis or the z-axis? Consider I'm doing... Okay, so it's below here. And since I'm doing this, it would make sense for me to change the x-axis. So x plus 180. There we go. However, it does not seem to work correctly, because one thing you might notice, which I certainly notice, is that the underside is very zoomed out. And that's not correct. That weird, actually tries to move it. Why is 5 so zoomed out? That is something I have to fix. It's something it doesn't do correctly. Because if I were to remove this block, oh. So regardless of the orientation, the ball should still be exactly the same in the view. So that is something I have to resolve. Hello, Ponpon. Are you having a nice day? Hello, Tarek. It's as usual, I guess. As usual. I guess. I missed. Oh yeah, I kind of already calculated it here. And I did change text. Okay, so I guess down quaternion. Quaternion is the one. So I should have one that changes. I make the 3 orientation times distance. Actually change that to orientation distance like this. I wonder if I have. Yeah, there's something I need to fix here. Because something is not doing as it should. I should have a function that's like set starting values, and then I should have like start rotation, and then I should have like set or change orientation. And that is like that, and I should, instead of orientate, so I shouldn't set orientation, I should run the function that change orientation, because when orientation changes I can at the same time apply play rotation. Oh yeah, Because then I have to, yeah, I'll figure that one out. Hi, coach. Yeah, coach is here. And you got a chili. I'll get to that when I get to that. So I do transform, rotation, apply, set it to down quaternion, which is using the orientation of the plane. And I will, for now, I will only do this when necessary, but for now, for the debugging mode, I will constantly change its orientation. Spicy chili, yeah. Spicy. There we go, because now so if I change the orientation of the player, so if I look at the players, so yeah, so the players, what is it? Why is it point up there? So yeah, so it does change. It does change its rotation. I'm very confused about the... Why is that point up there? That is the issue. It does not seem to take the player's position into account. Yeah. See, the red one moves along the ball, the green one does not. That is the issue. And that must be what's causing the issues. Ray down. What's the debug crosshair forward? It gets a relative forward. And I think that's the same with, yeah, it gets a relative forward, it just does not get an absolute forward. I call this one position down. Do I even use it anyway? I do. Okay. I should call it absolute down instead. And then Alt Enter rename. And then I call one absolute forward. Which takes, instead of down, it takes forward. And then it also needs float rotation. So it can put insert rotation, orientation, and distance. And where I'm using forward in two places, it should use forward, absolute forward, not relative forward. And I can make the distance optional by doing one float like that. Okay. This might fix the issue, because I did notice that the green one was not placed in its correct spot. The camera is the wrong way, because if this is forward, it was also forward should be there. And okay, wait. Forward should be down. Okay. no, everything's messed up. Funny, it works perfectly fine before I'm starting. Oh no, I don't. I think I'm applying an absolute forward. I shouldn't have an absolute forward. Cross section absolute forward. Yeah, the camera fusion should not have an absolute forward. It should still have the regular forward. Okay, that's why the camera is misbehaving. So this one should have a forward vector 3 still. There we go. Easy error to fix. Camera should have a relative apply relative forward, while because it already takes the play position and then it adds a relative forward, while the crosshair should have an absolute forward, which actually doesn't even resolve the issue I had before. And with the camera being, I'm getting closer though. Yeah, so now I change position. It does not change. This shouldn't change where the camera looking, and this shouldn't change. And this shouldn't change either. So here, okay, I probably need to copy and paste this. So here is in a specific location, as we can see, it's there. Oh, and if I change it to 1, the lighting changes, but as far as I can tell, it doesn't seem like it changes its where the ball is in the camera. For 1, 2, 3, everything's correct so far. 4 seems to be correct as well. And 5, that's when it changes. For some reason, specifically this one is very different. So if I go to the image editor when I check, I can see like all the pixels are exactly the same. Why does it change specifically for upside down? Oh. Wait, this is correct. No, it's still not correct. A negative pitch then. Yeah, there we go. And it's negative, negative zoom, negative pitch. Okay. It shouldn't do that, so I need to look into the code. Why specifically the camera upside down messes up. Camera. Okay, camera rotation don't use. Because that was broken. An absolute mess. But this one's... No, it's... It might be this one messing up. Yeah, I think it's just... Okay, let's have a look here. Let's check out these values. Beautiful values. Oh, copy and screen this. And then I check, and then if I check, no, that's not how to check the player. And then if I reset these to positive pitch and positive zoom when it is in wrong position, and I check these values again. What is changing between them? I do not understand. The X barely changes, so I guess that's X is Y, but it changes dramatically. Upset. Let's try that. Let's just flip it and see. Alright, I'll see you later, Pan. Okay, Bonnie. Hope you have a lovely day. This might be it. I might have resolved the issue. The post player. I want to be the player. I might have fixed it. That might just have been it. Yep, that was it. The issue has been resolved. It was just one thing that was set to negative that shouldn't have been set to negative. And now all orientations have the ball in the exact same spot, which is needed. Then that is working. Then that is working. Let's bring back my regular level, but I will do one change. I will place one cube in the middle. Actually, there's one thing I want to test. So let's create another test level. Because I need to make sure the camera clipping is correct. So what we'll do is create a level. we will have players standing on a block. So are there going to be another character in the game? You could add another ball and then it will be a game with 2 balls. I will have texture on the ball. And then as you complete levels, which I think like you should be able to like gather complete level 100% or just reach the goal in like 2 different missions. I don't know if you have ideas for other things to do in a level. Like you could have like, oh, you need to pick up a specific item, but that's kind of like 100% in the level. Just you get that for collecting less things. And when doing these things, they will give you a new texture of the ball, and then you can just swap out the texture. So you're still just playing as one ball, I guess, but you'll at least have multiple designs of the ball, if that counts. So I will have the cube that the ball stands on, and then I will have in front of the cube, and then I had on top of that. Okay, I think this should be enough. I wonder if should rethink what the rotation should be. Because I feel like having 270 degrees before part, right? But anyway, because yeah, so you have a level like this. You're going to get issues like this, and I don't want issues like this. Because this would cause issues. Therefore, there is a feature which is a clipping plane here. Which might be just 1 unit actually. Because it does, when you do that, it does increase the shadow quality. Because the smaller size yeah, it makes beautiful shadows. Obviously I will not have like that in the game, but okay, so yeah, we can see on the camera far it sees. Oh, we'll have to figure out. Okay, but like I can't have it like that. So 90s to 75. No. 8, 5, 9. 9 works, but then it starts clipping here. Hmm. And then there's also... No, I guess that will be fine.
Well, here's the sleep shop's answer.
Oh, bit of a issue here. Because then you get this issue.
Well, here's the sleep shop's answer.
Well, this is very, very, very tiny of an issue, but hydrate, okay. Posture check, okay. Pet. Can't give myself that. Hint. Thank you for that, pet. But I guess I can. Pet. And I've patted my own head. I guess I could have it so the blocks doesn't like adds quote. Chickenbox is a self-proclaimed thirsty guy. Those oranges are back. And what personality should the ball have? I say maybe testy, but still cool, you know, a testy cool ball. Testy cool ball. Yes, of course. The ball should... Is testy... I mean, I haven't heard about testy or something like that. Is testy even a thing? By the way. Although the ball is not... Will not even have a personality. Easily annoyed, irritable, marked by impatience or ill humor. Apparently it's a thing. Yep, testy cool. That explains the ball very well. Very funny. Yellow pepper soda. No, the ball is not meant to have a personality. I did watch some kind of person who was like... What Dutch is this? Actually, Dutch might have helped my issue with the camera rotation before, actually. Mode overrides. Physical. Lens mode override must be enabled in the Cinemachine brain.
Yeah.
Oh well. I mean, I could of course have it dynamically change the or like have it so that a block that is in the position of the what it does notice. It hides blocks if they're too close to the camera. That should probably fix the issue. Can I do that? I mean, I should be able to do that in a logic of a block, right? It should be able to check its relationship to the camera and say like, okay, if I'm close to the camera, I should hide. Like if I'm behind the camera, I should hide. For some reason when I'm testing, I guess it's just because it's so smooth. Or when it spawns the cubes, it should be able to I need to make it so you can actually move the ball. Okay. I still haven't made it so you can actually remove the ball. So I don't really need to touch that for now. Let's revert to the regular level. So now most of the things are done. So now I just need, yeah, I should probably write a logic to actually make the ball move now. It's been too long, the ball needs to move. I made a slight change to the level, by the way. I added the cube to the middle, so you can jump to it. Yeah, I should make the ball move, right? What do you mean, did you read that now? So how do we allow the ball to move? So I have the code here that, because if you think the ball is turning too slow, I can make the ball move fast and rotate fast. I almost feels like I want to clean up this code. Because all you do is take, yeah. Because you can, okay, now it will rotate really speedy. Just out of curiosity. Or maybe people like a more snappy feel for the ball's rotation speed. Yeah, now it's speed running. No, I think the regular speed is fine. But I did make a calculation. Did I? Let me check. Because it is possible that the game I'm comparing to, I actually made it turn slower. And maybe that's not the correct document. Is it this one? Yes. When you press it, okay, so in the original game, it rotates with 320 milliseconds. But that's the duration, the rotation duration. However, from the button press, it actually takes 360 milliseconds to rotate. And then when you hold down the button to make multiple rotation, the full rotation from start to finish before it starts the next rotation is 440 milliseconds. I decided to go with 375 milliseconds, which actually is slower, to be fair. That might be why it feels slower. So I should maybe have so that it turns faster. So instead of so in originally the full rotation speed is 320 milliseconds. I'm going with 300 milliseconds because that's a nice number in my code, because that means that it will rotate 2.5 degrees per step. Hi Pun, how are you today? That's the usual random sound effects. Wait, what was the sound effects? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, but so if that was something I made, I wasn't that worth it. Oh, I was stuttering there. Okay, so it does rotate a bit faster now. Okay, now it might not feel. Okay, yeah. Anyway, now it feels a bit more responsive, I guess. I think that's a good change. I'll keep that. The ones you were making, the few shoe ones. Okay. I was not aware of me making such noises. So anyway, as it is so cool to see you making game. I'm glad that you think so. I hope I really get this one to work, because it's a lot of logic, but this is good logic for me. So what I need, which again, orientation. So it checks. It needs to check the array down. It needs to check if there's a block forward. Actually, it needs to check so there's not a wall. So I will have to create a lot of arrays here. So we're going to have lovely stream, yeah. I'm glad you're having a good time here. We have to check right in front. So we're going to have absolute forward if there's not something blocking the way. Why absolute forward not? Oh, because absolute forward needs a rotation. Absolute down does not care your rotation. Forward needs to know which way you're facing. And then we're going to have that's down the front, and then we have maybe I call it forward, I don't know. And then we're going to have array that costs down forward. So that is the down location plus the forward rotation or location. I think that's fine for now. And unfortunately, I cannot just take. Can I take? Wait, can I? Array direction. Get set the direction of the array, origin, the origin point of the array. Also, why is okay, so I could debug crosshair. I could have it accept array as well. Which I have a minor overflow here. So I have vector 3 points, and then I can do array, which is array origin. That should work, I guess. Okay, yeah. So if I take array down, it does accept it. Forward and forward down. Because instead of defining it twice, because that's the regular draw does not take arrays. No. Not again. So I was waiting for the opportunity to do that. Weren't you? Who is this? Mechanical? Yeah, I set an alarm or something. Okay, any point now, any minute now, it's going to be available, and I'm going to be the first one. God, against Mikkel's job is to undress Bonbon. I did not. I was AFK. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, I think my idea could have been valid though. It's not unlikely that you would set an alarm, right? So many functions here. Oh, those are not going to be used anyway. Okay, let's see if this actually works. Press A to dot. Yeah, you're away, but you had my stream open. You had the redeem open, so you had a countdown on screen. I did also set this to 4x3. I'm going to play the game in 4x3, but wait, it does draw. It draws that one. Why doesn't it draw the other ones? Oh, it draws them on top of the green one. That's interesting. Huh. Why is that happening? It draws it down, but then the absolute forward. Also, I guess I don't need it. I don't need to draw the forward because I'm already going to have one here. Then absolute down plus absolute forward, which is the array down forward. Why is that one not working? That doesn't work because I cannot apply an absolute plus an absolute. Well, can, but that's going to give me the wrong value. No, I can only use one absolute, and then I have to use a relative. There we go. Now it should work. Which song is this? I mean, I like how it sounds. But how do you know what all my songs are? I think I guess I can guess what the song's title is. Yep, there it is. So I can add a song translation to it. Anyway, quote, exactly, Pon is unhinged. Yep. Because I got the other one dice. Why would Pon be? Why would Pon be hinged? Okay, there we go. Now it actually draws the 3 points in the correct positions. So this point will check that there is not a block in the way. This point will check that there is actually a block to travel towards. And this point checks the position of this block, so it will orient itself to that block as it's moving or something like that. Because if this ball is, if the player is located here, for example, which is possible, when you press forward, it should just move to this point. Oh, to that point. And how you get to such a point is by moving towards half. I'm moving the ball again. To move to the halfway point, and then you jump forward and then you land here and not move pressing forward anymore. That's how the inspirational game works. I could let it be this, or I could force it to move forward and stop here. I should sing this one in karaoke. Just was noises. Bunch of noises. And the ways is calling. So, well, this is going to be tricky. How many? Okay, can I get like? Does it only hit one? Triangle index, the index of the triangle that was hit. The transform of the ridge body or collider that was hit. Can I do this? Position. Can I do the bug log? That. Let's test this. If I get a position, because it should only hit one object. I'm not sure if it can hit more. What if it's gonna come tell an error like you actually have to specify which object you want to check against or something. I don't know. So there we go. No reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh. Game still works despite having errors. Well, this makes it stable. Oh. I will get its position. This is a goal. Okay, if I do raycast hit get objects position. How can I track the hit position of a raycast on an object? Well, not a hit. Transform inverse, transform point. Oh. No, I want the object position. I don't want the hit position. That's what everyone is searching for. Let's do a more refined search. Physics raycast. Because I want to know this position. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so what I need, it does, when you do this, it does send out a boolean if it successfully did hit, which I can utilize to confirm if it hit something. Because if it doesn't even find an object below itself, something has gone wrong. What are you trying to do? I'm trying. Oh, hello, Thanos. Tham. Maybe you can help me. I'm trying to figure out the position of the object that got hit. Not the position it hit the object at, just what the object's position is. So, for example, if it hits something and the bug hit. Let's first try this. Object reference not set an instance of an object, huh? No, can we compile, please? There we go. So the position of the object that was hit by the ray, exactly. So, there it is. Anyway, just press. Okay, it works. It doesn't do anything. I guess it doesn't hit anything. Huh. Ooh. That's interesting. Interesting. Because I did hit it before. Interesting. You want the vector to say yes, that's what I'm looking for. So something like vector 3, object position. Hit, transform, position. Yeah, that's right. Hit, transform, position. I did that. But it doesn't hit anything anymore. I do have a raycast of this length 0. I don't know if that matters. Because I wanted to check a point. I don't want it to check a line. That 0 is wrong, I think. Yeah, that might be. It might not even do a hit. Because I don't. Dramatic infinity. No, that's going to be wrong. Then I'm going to get a very incorrect unexpected behavior because I only want to check the block right below. I don't want to check an infinite distance. Also on that, if put an else debug, nothing was here. I mean, either I get the bug message or not getting the bug message. I mean, sure, I could make sure that it actually even runs this, but anyway, let's give it a short distance then, and see if that works. Otherwise, I can add an else. Oh, the block below, so vector 3 down. I mean, I've already created the ray, which is going down, yes. Although, vector 3 down is not going to work in this context, because this game will change which direction is down. Okay, I guess the turning doesn't work. So I will have to, I guess I can set an else here. Else. Debug log no hit. Okay, let's try that then. See if it even runs this code. But don't you want to see infinity? What's infinity? I mean, aside from, you know, infinite. So yeah, so it says non-hit, so it does not raise their hit. That's interesting. No hit. So it's not like it needs to intersect at the border of the collider or something. The length of the ray is like half a tenth of the height of this, so it should definitely go through. Oh, it starts. Oh, it actually goes up. So let's. I don't know. I don't remember which length this line is. Still doesn't hit it. I have a little below it too. No, it doesn't. It does not hit it. So fun basically making cooler world. I am trying. About Vector 3 down, I am pretty sure that it is global though, not local, but I'm not sure. I mean, depends on how you use it. Vector 3 down is not local or global. It is just a Vector 3 down. However you use it is all up to you. But yes, I have my rays ray down. Ray down is defined as the absolute down based on the orientation, and it goes for one whole unit. Because when you create a ray, you have to define a distance, and it goes to. I wonder. Creating crosshair, but let me create another debug. This will be debug crosshair. This will be a debug debug draw ray, which it takes a ray and a color of it, and we're going to just draw a single line. And it's going to be ray origin with nothing else to ray direction. Should that be ray origin plus ray direction then? I assume, because direction is relative. Okay. Yeah. Unit 26 ray origin and direction. Origin seems to be absolute position, direction seems to be relative direction. Direction of ray. Direction is always a normalized vector. If you assign a vector to a your length will normalize. That did not explain. I assume it's origin, the original point of the ray, direction, the direction of the ray, which I assume is relative. The vector for Sonic is down. Oh no. Is this correct? Weird. Maybe we can cheer him up. I hope so. What would he like? Quote, balls are fun to play with. Yeah, I'm making a game where we play with balls. So now what I can do is comment out of these, and then I'll do my own debug draw, because the regular debug draw functions does not do what I want them to do. So I will draw an array because they don't accept arrays, and then a ray down. Just draw the ray down, and I want the color to be, I don't know, magenta. And let's check the. I only care about the down. The ray down. Ray is down as well. Vector is down. Ray is down. Funny that you got a ball quote. Okay, so if my function is correct, it should draw a line for where the vector is. There it is. Is this correct? Doesn't seem correct. Oh, no, it's correct. This is correct. This is... and if I move the player, which is empty, so I can't select it. No, I see that when they say direction, they include direction is absolute, not relative. Well, that's weird. That's kind of not the description they gave. They say the direction of the ray. Don't you mean the like the origin ray, the origin point of the ray, and then the direction of the ray? That's an incorrect description then, because that should say the destination point of the ray, if it's absolute and not relative. Programmers, they don't know language. Okay, let's see if it behaves correctly this time. Oh look, it behaves correctly this time. Strange. Either I'm just... Am I doing... Is draw ray not behaving as I want? Oh... No, they are correct. The ray direction... Yeah, I was gonna say that. There must be something I'm misunderstanding. Yeah, I am misunderstanding. Because when you're drawing a ray, you're specifying the origin point and then the direction. That's why I should array origin, ray direction. Which, again, why doesn't draw ray accept array? I mean, technically... No, I mean, to be fair... Technically, I could just do debug draw line array. Oh yeah, line is start endpoint, array is start and direction. Okay. I mean, I could just do this and then I could do... I just have to specify ray down origin and then ray down the directions. I mean, technically you can still do this. But now having my own function is just less typing. I still think that the draw ray should accept that ray. It's strange that it doesn't. Programmers. Those strange programmers. Okay, but I'm not drawing the full ray anyway. I'm just drawing a certain distance of it. So. What's the... I do have size as a value. And let's add an overflow, which is float length. And then... I do direct... Wait, how do I do this? Normalized times length, I think, is how you would do that. Normalized just sets it to 1 and then you multiply it with the value. Well, knowing Vector, he'd want to see bunny panties, just not yours. He's artifacting. Does he want the panties? I mean, I guess so. Is that art I should make? Is there art of this? Yellow Pepper, so you seem to be experienced with this. Is there art of this and can you send it to me? Okay, so this is the actual array it sends out and tests. Okay, now because I've set it length. But it does not seem to recognize the block that it's literally inside. Is it because it doesn't intersect the block? That doesn't seem to be something I like the sound of. Because the box has a box collider. I'm not sure that's necessary. Is it because it doesn't include anything? It's no hit. So if I set it to everything, it still says no hit. You can see that is creating new entries. So this doesn't seem to be like Because I got this to work before. But yeah, it's not about it intersecting the ray, because... Oh, so let's see where the ray is there, it's just being overlapped. Because I can make it... There you go, now we can see it clipping through. And it still says no hit. So the ray is cutting through the edge, this side of a cube collider is also not required for it. It's not a... that's not the issue here. So, what am I missing? I don't know about fan art. He likes her in the comics. It's official comics or unofficial comics. So I am certain he is probably a ton... There is probably a ton of art of it. Vector after Vanilla's panties. Well, there's art, but not of anything. There's art of Vector and Vanilla together, and there is pictures of pandas, but there is not non-combined. Unfortunately, I guess I have to be the one making it. How do I fix this issue? Should I ask Janarta? Because it did hit it before, it does not hit it anymore. So I'm literally just drawing the line based on the actual array, so that's not an issue there. And it does check the cube layers as well. And the cube and the cube is, and if you're curious about it, the cube layer is this layer here. It's binary value. This. Oh, I should check that. And the cubes are set to the correct layer as well. Maybe they aren't for some reason. Maybe they stopped doing that. No, it is layer cubes. It says it there, which is layer 18. And we can check here that we actually having cube set to 18. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, okay. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Where do I have the divider? 16, 17, 18. So yeah. This is why I have a divider here, because here's 16, 17, 18 where I set my own layers. So yeah. I am leaving for a few. I might be back. Okay. This one is not using Unity engine. I could just leave. I assume it's going to be removed when it's built anyway. Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it? What does my raycast not find anything? Unity 6 raycast not registering. Raycast not hitting any colliders. Let's see what. I can't really tell exactly where those green rays are in relation to the mesh I'm looking at. Let's start with the following. Extend the hit distance a bit, just to get a better sense of whether it is hitting anything. Be aware that raycasts do not hit back faces of objects. with such a short raycast distance, I wonder if you're starting your raycast inside the collider. Okay, so it needs to actually intersect with the collider. Well, I don't like that idea, but sure. So I can't start it inside the collider. So I guess it has to start at like the player then. Okay, let's change the ray down. Let's have the starting position be transform position where the player is, and then it goes towards down vector 3 based on the orientation. Let's go with that. And the distance, just do a full unit of that, I guess. Let's see if it changes anything. Try putting some other objects like just a cube primitive where you think the raycast should be hitting, and make sure you're getting a proper hit. Make sure you're getting at least some hits before moving on to why you're not getting hits from this particular model. Well, in my case, I kind of have a primitive collider. Huh. I changed the wireframe mode. Kinda neat looking. Okay, this raycast is displaying it correctly. There we go, it does hit the object now. Okay, problem solved. Strange that when I moved it, it still didn't hit it. I didn't get that though. Because I would like to maybe raycast is not the correct one I'm looking for, because basically what I'm looking for, and I tried to search where I couldn't find it, but perhaps other people like Thanos Sam knows. I just want to specify a single point in space and see, is there any colliders touching this point? Like there is cube collider and sphere collider and stuff, but like let's try that. Let's comment out all of this stuff. And do, okay, if I'm doing, okay, first off, physics, sphere costs. Why do you take a ray? Whoa, that's your input. Don't you like taking vector, origin, radius, direction? What is a sphere cost? Oh, is sphere cost array? Okay, collide. What is it called? Do. Because I created. Can I open it here? Because I made it here. Collider hit. Overlap sphere non-allocation. Okay. So it is physics overlap here. Query, trigger, interaction, and fancy stuff. So I need let's do okay. Vector 3, and then we do point down, which is absolute down orientation. Does absolute down not accept a distance of 1? There we go, now it does. That's all I care about for now. And then I draw a crosshair at the point down. That point. Oh yeah, you complain about ray down was nothing. Then here it's at point down. Radius is small. And layer mask is layers cubes. There we go. But how do I output this? Collider hit. Oh, I put a hit there. And I only care about one item, I guess. So I guess I create an array of 1. And then this one out hit does not allow this. I will say will not be passed without keyword. Non-alloc. Or can I also do that? Oh. No, I couldn't. You said cubes, so it's just priest turbo lover. I don't get it. Turbo lover. I don't get it, but okay. There's probably a reference that I don't get. Name of the song, Turbo Lover. Yeah, but what does that have to do with cubes? Oh, you say that. I read your message as you said cubes, so Judas Priest Turbo Lover. That's how I read it. Those two sentences were completely separate from each other and had nothing to do with each other. Okay, that makes sense then. You're confusing me. Let's just see what this one does. What's the worst that can happen? Because I just want to check in just an infinitely small space. I wonder if I can set the radius to 0. Oh yeah, I sent an ice cube because you said cubes, yeah. Ice cubes. Quote, benches. Just benches. Yeah, it sure finds a collider array. Okay, but what is hit 0? What does it find at hit 0? The 0th object of the list. yeah, it finds the cube. Nice. Now, what does happen if I move the player too far high up? It finds a null. Okay, so all I have to do is find the null. I don't think it finds the null. It's okay, so if I go with this null is trigger is null. I thought is null was a thing. Unless like collider is null. If it's not null, I can attack that like that. And I like transform positioning. Okay, let's see now. And if it doesn't find a block below, I'm making progress now. I'm figuring stuff out. I'm not even at the scary point yet. It's going to be scary. Because after finding the block below, I need to consider the orientation the player is in to determine what actually, if the ball is too far behind and needs to move forward to the center of the block, or something like that. Yeah, it gets the block's position. This block should be at 0, which we can find here. And if we take the player, I should move the player there, I guess. We get a different block. And if we move it here, it doesn't output anything in the bug here because it can no longer find an object. Okay, it is working. So this is the position of the block. Now, comes the part where it needs to be determine if it can move forward. Which is going to be tricky. And it can move forward as long as it's not if it's position, okay. If it's trying to move forward, which is a direction, it knows, it can figure out the direction where the ball, which direction is forward. Base like so. Forward is forward. Vector 3. Rotation orientation. That is forward. And that's a relative forward, that's not an absolute forward. So it needs to check if the value of this... Do I multiply it? No, yeah, don't I multiply them? This is Ponpon's brain thinking. This is I'm doing vector math here. This is complicated stuff. Don't I just take the transform position of the object I found and multiply it by the forward, as well as taking the thingy's position. So this is object forward, which is vector 3, and then this is a player forward. Why doesn't this work? Yeah, I missed that one. Operator cannot be applied to operands type of vector 3 and vector 3. Okay, that does not work then. This requires more research. This is the where I have to use my brain power, I guess. Thinking about that bets. Because yeah, so I have a vector which is forward. It is in one of the 3 axes, can be positive or negative, and it's a value 1 or -1. That is, I really like all of your outfits. Thank you. I got quite a few to select from there. I hope you find some favorites there. And then on this axis that I'm looking, I only care about the position and the object has no problem. The object has, maybe I can I should probably create a function for that, like the forward difference. Ads that we don't need. Okay, I don't need this one anymore, because that's for my other game. So I got angles to vector 3. I don't think I'm using this. No, I'm using it to determine camera's position. The vector 3 remap and the camera looking, which I'm using. And now I need what did I call it? Public static of some variable type. That's not what I typed. Let's put question mark thing instead. You want to be like that? No, let's have it in the bar. And this is going to be compared forward. Yes. We're going to have a vector 3, which is the so I'd go like origin, vector 3 target, and then the orientation. I said it was going to be a simple. It's still simple, but messing around with all of this orientation is not making it simple. I guess it's going to output a float. So do. When you got a hand patch as well. That was a while ago, but no, it wasn't too long, guys. Just me not paying attention. It's just me being so warm. All this fur. Posture check, hydrate. Magical girl is on a pause for now. Okay. I guess I just do a switch here, really. I guess. So, and it's just going to return a float value. Something like that. I need to cover that instead. No, I don't think that helps. So, that's over. Oh no, it depends on which rotation you have too. Right. And also, I'm changing the wrong code to what I'm doing. What am I doing? Float, rotation, in orientation. Okay. There we go. Bounce, bounce. And I'm a magical girl again. When I'm a magical girl, you can touch my tummy. Technically, you can touch my tummy in many outfits. AC/DC. Shoot to thrill. You're a thrill. Oh, Ponpon, hello, the best ink. I'm still before I mess around too much with rotation. I'm still curious if I'm making rotation correct. Because really, the rotation 0 should have the ball facing forward. So let me fix this. Because I am annoyed about the ball not being forward at 0. So I'll fix all the forwards now. And that might actually fix all the 90 degrees being off. Come on. Paprika. Do. Yeah. So the camera should be here. So if I go here and check all these, maybe it is correct. No, I have to make a minus here. So if I just take the rotation as it is, back to my normal outfit. I'm not drawing it anymore. Oops, let me fix that. And I will have to flip these around. Oh yeah, I was going to have point forward, which I can make green, which is absolute forward. There we go. Before I mess around with more rotation, I need to fix my rotation because there are a lot of mess. Error. Oh, Oh. Rotation. I need rotation and orientation for forward. Keep forgetting about the rotation. And there you go. So I guess it's just a few stuff to fix then. So there we go. Now 0 is forward, and if I press, yeah, so I just have to fix the camera being wrong. So yeah, so what? Yeah, so now I don't need for my forward calculation do like a negative rotation and minus 90 degree and stuff like that, but I do have to fix the camera. Because that one is wrong. Okay, there might be... I wonder if sign up for it wrong. If I flip this around, I wonder if that fixes it. Maybe I just flipped those two around and got it wrong way around. That might be my fault. Quote, butt wiggles make me stronger. What is this Pokemon? In Pokemon, certain Pokemons can wiggle their butts and make them stronger. I really don't know if that makes them stronger. Okay, this does work, but it's, of course it's offset by... Because now it looks from where forward is. Cameras obviously should be the other way around. So this makes sense. So when I run this code, I just need to make sure that like it's 180 rotated 180 degrees. Yes, and that should be the only time it's used. Because I calculate like the functions calculates what's forward, but I can't, but that's not where I should put the camera because I want the camera behind, so I should do plus 180 degrees rotation. Yeah. That should be the correct way of doing it. So I accidentally flipped two values and yeah, there we go. Now it's correct. And now the forward is 0. So now I don't have this weird offsets going on. Obviously I do not know if it still works with if I change the orientation of the ball, but it seems to be working. Except this one. This one is messed up. Why is always this one messed up? The upside down camera is off. Maybe I'll just add a negative back there. Maybe that was correct to have it negative. It was just incorrect because I calculated the camera wrong. But now the camera is calculated correctly. It might be correct. Good to go, and much good luck to you with it. Thank you, Lord Drakon. I appreciate the good luck. I'm over in the dark. Okay. This. Okay, so this is still working, of course, but that's not what we're after. I cannot try to access the ball. My lovely ball. Okay, now it behaves correctly. I mean, you know, aside from it being very far away. So now it's doing this again. Maybe? Okay, no, no. You know what? Maybe. Neither should be. Maybe neither should be negative. Wait. No, it still needs to. It doesn't change the x-axis. It changes y to negative, z to negative. Yeah, both has to be negative. But why doesn't it work for a camera? Why doesn't that work for the camera? Strange. Because if I place the player on the underside and change the orientation to 5, like, this is so far away. This is obviously not how it should look. Thanks, flying. What I can do is add extra cases here. Until I find the one that behaves correctly. Let's try. Do. Just bring out the player. See the player. That's clearly wrong. Not like you can't press up and down to change the value. typically it's doing this kind of testing in lower. What if it's negative x as well? It shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be, but maybe I do it anyway. Maybe I need it for the camera to behave correctly, but no, because if I flip... No, it shouldn't be the case flipping x2. It should be either x or z. I can't flip. Because then it will be inverted and everything. In a weird way. In a weird way. Maybe it is the way to do it. No, it's... No, it's just too far away. Yeah, if I... Now it's just behaving weird again. Like sometimes it's correct. Strange. How strange. And obviously I can add like an exception for specifically that orientation for how the camera behaves. But all that could have other unforeseen consequences. Unless I just get the formula correct from the beginning instead of trying to patch it, instead of just fixing the issue. Is that it? Did I actually find a solution? I mean, as I said, it's either X or Z being negative. It doesn't matter which one is in the negative one. Yes, that actually did fix it. Oh, strange. Oh, as long as it works. That's all that matters. So, was that resolved? Now I can do what I was planning to do, which was to figure out what the forward is between two objects. There are two objects and both are going forward. I need to determine which is more forward than the other one. So, trying to think here. Time to do more research. Vector 3. Because I don't have to care about the orientation, because I just have to care about basically compare to vector 3 of which is more forward based on rotation. Yeah, I guess. What does that give me if I type that? Determine which no wait. Best way to cover vector 3 rotation of which vectors with angle. We can get the angle between where the users look. Okay. If a value comes between two values, I'll determine if two. Plugin. No more precise searching. It's probably had something to do with the Vector 3. Which is going to be complicated. Okay. Someone has something here. I need to figure out what forward is first. Okay, I have a function for forward, which is called forward. Okay, that's no problem. So I take forward vector 3 and then the rotation. But I also have orientation in my function, of course, for that, because that's what I do. And then I need to also have the target and the origin, because I want the targets. I want to know how far forward the target is. Therefore, the value that is given is using the vector 3 dot, and dot, like, I'm trying to understand the dot, but it's a mess. Where it takes the player to the target, or target minus player, and choosing for it has something to do, because I'm using the dot as well for the for one is using the Vibri outfit for my Crash 4 mod. It's useful, but I do struggle figuring out how it actually works. So I take the play position, the position of the block, I need to type maths. There's no way I want to go. Rotation. On orientation. Rotation, orientation, because those are important. There we go. This should result in a score. So let's debug this and see if it does provide valuable information. Because if this actually works, then that's good. Funny, didn't you say this game would be simple? Thought to use vector 3 dots comparisons. Yeah, I know. I'm insane. Hey, this is easy. I made the Vibri outfit for Crash 4 where it chooses a different slice of the head depending on your angle. Anyway. So if I were to push forward, it gets 0 because it's exactly on television. But if I move it slightly behind, it still gets 0. If I move it ahead, it still gets 0. So it does not work. I was hoping it was that simple. It was unfortunately not that simple. If I move it even further behind, it still gives 0. Even though it's clearly not colliding with anything. What is it? Oh, it's because I'm not moving the player. I'm again moving the ball, not the player. Okay, but if I move the ball and sit down on the camera, there we go. Now we can see that the value has increased because it's behind. And if we move it ahead, now we can see it's negative because it's ahead. If we move to the side, the value is exactly the same because it has not moved. Now, if we reset the X position, so now it's ahead. So we go back here, it's still the same value. If I rotate the camera and press, now it gives, because floats are not accurate, it gives an extremely tiny value, which basically, it technically should be 0, but there's like rounding errors and stuff. And if I rotate this time, now the value is positive because, and here it gives that tiny value again. So it is working, but does it work in other rotations? If I were to place the ball here, well, I guess it should be more like that. Okay, let's actually place the ball correctly. So that type of minus. And then move it slightly forward again. And rotation 2, 3, rotation 3. Now, if we check, yeah, it gives that value because I'm ahead of it. Yeah, so this works too. So amazing, this actually works. It's like magic. Maths is magic. I don't know how this dot works. It has something to do with forward. That's all I know. I just plop some numbers in there and it just works. That the if you look up the documentation for Unity 6 vector 3 dot or something. Maybe I should read this more. Calculates the dot product of two three-dimensional vectors defined in the same coordinate space. The dot product is a float value equal to the product of the magnitudes of the left hand S and right hand S. Left hand system, right hand system vectors, and the cosine of the angles between them. For normalized vectors, dot returns 1 if they point in the exact same direction, minus if they point in the complete opposite direction, and 0 if their vectors are perpendicular. The dot product can also be used to find the scalar component of one vector in the direction of another vector. Yeah, I do not understand any of this. So yeah. Did anyone else understand that? Streambot is connected. Streambot ready. Yay! It's not even Streambot. Yeah, I don't know if it's Streambot or Twitch. Also, I should probably have 2 messages for when it disconnects from chat and event redeems. I understand even less of it than you did. All I know is I like take 2 vectors because that's what I did in my Crash 4 mod. I have the camera position and the angle of the face that the camera is looking at, because basically, yeah. And then I use a dot product based on, I don't remember. I cannot remember. Quote, you give some good ideas. Actually, you give good ideas. Sometimes. Oh, maybe that's referring to odd, maybe. I'm glad the compare forward function is so short, it's just one line. But that's because I have the forward vector 3 with rotation orientation. And the forward vector 3 function is here. Which is a bit more complicated. I wonder if I should put floats on these. I don't know if 0 or 0 floats is much different, but something here. What? He doesn't understand. Huh. Well, that's terrible. I mean, it takes ints and floats, so it doesn't matter. But I would... oh. Oh, I should have like distance. I think this will help me less than if I did it manually. Although I want to float, so I don't. Cannot convert from double to float. That's kind of interesting. I didn't mean to define a double, but like, why wouldn't it be able to convert from double to float? I mean, a double is a 64-bit float. A float is a 32-bit float. So, kind of strange. Sure. Coach, paths are safe for work, right? Coach, can I punch fishes? In a large collective of women, I am one unit of woman. Quote, I have one there. It's a bit long. Let's try that. What's code 0000? No. There's also code 2345 if you want to try that one. I have not yet achieved 3456. But it is very close. Soon I will have code 3456. But 2345 exists. There we go. Quote, just a dog. Coach is just a dog. That's funny. And it was code 2969, I think. Yeah, that one better be about 6-9ing, or otherwise that's a missed opportunity. Alright, it's 2969. We'll see what 6969 will be about. Look, it took 29 tries to get, or 30, on the 30th try, I got 6-9ing on a 69. On a code that ends with 69. There's a lot of 69 codes because we also got 269, 0 through 2699. But anyway, anyway, I know this now. So I could do like, if this value is less than 0 period 1 float minus, very important. It needs to be significantly behind. Because you don't want, like, if you're slightly behind, it should like ignore that you're slightly behind. I am back for a little bit. Hello, yellow bubble soda. You look at code 2969 I sent up right above your comment. Isn't that a funny quote? A funny coincidence. That was a terrible pun. And I should reject it. It should not be considered a pun. I should be punished. Anyway. Like if I move this ball back, is this significantly far back for you to say, like, yeah, if I press 4 now, it will adjust itself onto the block? Because the thing is, it needs to be significantly far back in such a situation where the player would realize that, yeah, if I press forward now, like if I move the ball forward to like this spot, it is more into that square. But would you really say that if you're in this spot, that it would move over to this square if you press forward? I don't think it would say that it would, right? It would say like, no, it will correct itself and land on this square, right? Especially if it's here, because now we're actually on this square, so therefore it should move to this square. But at what point is it close enough where you would say like, nah, it should go to this square? Because if it's actually in the middle of this one, which is actually basically here. Okay, just type 1A. Yeah, now it's actually in the middle of this one. It might not look like that from this camera angle, but it is. Therefore it will go to this square. But how far back should it be before you would say like, now it should go to this square again? Because it shouldn't be like, it shouldn't be too close, but it shouldn't be too far back either, because at some point, because you might consider like, yeah, if it's here, you might say like, yeah, it should move to this square. But if there's another player said, no, it should correct itself onto the middle of this square instead. So it is a tricky decision. But what I can do is try to make the ball correct itself as it's going towards a square as often as I can, just to ensure that you don't end up in these situations anyway. For example, if you move, if you travel here and then you jump from this point forward, you will jump over this square and land on the next one. Because the position, which is hidden by a pon-pon, is a tenth of a unit from the middle, it's a tenth of a unit from the middle point, I could just have it jump, because it will jump a total flat ground distance, whatever you call that, of 2 units. But I couldn't just make it jump 2 units and that extra tenth of a unit, so it jumps slightly longer, just so it lands in the middle of that cube. So I can implement corrections like that. But if you like jump from this point, then it doesn't need that correction. Then you'll just land between 2. And that's that. But yeah. With that said, I did set it to a tenth of a unit. It is kind of small, but that might be fine. So if it's less than these, and I said I really should like add comments to my code. Coach, we know Pon-Pon would never draw something naughty. Check if the ball isn't centered and it will center itself onto the square. Isn't okay. Check if the ball is too far back and it will center itself onto the square instead. There we go. That's a better description. So that's the first thing it does. So when you do press forward, it will go into the play state of, well, correcting itself. So what is that state? Like it could be moving forward. I could use the exact same thing, same state for both, moving to the next square and correct itself onto the same square, or because yeah, I mean, yeah, because I could just, when I switch over to this state, I can also specify where it's going. So yeah, let's go forwarding. No, let's say forward. When moving forward to a square, to a cube, to a position. Let's say position. And then we will have let's have a private vector string move target. It's not moving a target, but new vector 3. No, it's just vector 3 0. Vector 3 0. That's its default value. So let's go back down here. Here it is. So it will set it to forward, and its target, the target where it's going to move to, is going to be the position of the cube plus up vector 3 orientation, because it's going to be, well, a square above it. It's not going to move into the square. And this is the first code I'm writing that will actually start moving it. And then all it does is correct itself onto the cube. Alright, it's first step. So what we'll do here, now I can do like if play state is forward, run this code, else if else there we go, if play state okay. And so yeah, so it has to check, it will use move target. Taking notes, yes, good that you're taking note. Did I read that one? We know Pontbomb would never draw something. Yeah, I think I read that, I reacted to that one. I wonder if Cold, because when it comes to Cold doing that emote, I think it's used for both taking notes and I think it's both for like Cold, like taking notes, and for Pontbomb drawing something. Where's the... There it is. Ah, it's taking notes, but they wouldn't help me understand any of this anyway. No, that's right. That's right. Wait, why did that not work? It's being silly to me now. There we go, that's what I wanted. that's Pon yapping. I can also yap for someone else who is very excited about listening to Pon yap. Now I need to know how fast should it move. So let's check the game where how many frames does it take for me to move from one square to another? There's the, wait, where did I do? There it is. Let's call these. Okay, so let's check now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and then stopped. It's the same number as, with the exception of pausing. So, where's the under this? That's a lot so much signing. Nineteen, 20, 20, now. I was just counting. I was just counting. So, if I'm going to achieve, because I want a nice number of speed, because none of these numbers are nice. The closest is, so the duration in this game is 320 milliseconds, but that does not include this start. But that shouldn't be the case after you move after that. So I could go with that distance, which will be 333 milliseconds, which is tiniest bit slower. Maybe that's, it turns faster, but it moves slower. Go with 300 milliseconds, the same as for turning, would be neat. But the problem is that that number is an infinite number when it comes to how far it moves on a square. So that doesn't work. I can't type an infinite larger number. No, you can't. Actually, if I do type, okay, let's bring up a float calculator. Let's insert this number. Decimal representation 0 to 777 for an infinite count. Can't represent that in a float. There are some values that are close. So if I disable some of these, I don't think there is a nice number. Crimes playing. Gosh, I gotta go because okay, I should have a move to function. Move towards. There's probably already a function like that, but let's create my own anyway. Move it towards. What's there? Maybe I should check. Vector 3. Move towards. Oh, there's. Move exit incrementally towards the target point. Yeah, there is. So what I'm looking for is current target. So current is transform position. Target is move target, and the distance traveled is 0.025 float. And then this is put into position. But then I need to check if position it's target minus position, right? Mass is smaller than a small number. Mass float. There we go. Wait, that is a capital A. Cannot go. Oh. No, it's a vector 3. But yeah, I don't need. Okay. I don't need that function. It's vector 3, and then there's like distance. Calculate the distance between two dimensional points, does it? That's quite quick question. The vectors, okay, unity 6, vector 3, distance, does it give negative numbers? Good test. Okay, it says here. Note, keep in mind vector 3 distance does not subtract the 2, it compares them, so it doesn't ever have a negative value. Okay, so if it just is very close to being in position, it will therefore set the position to the target. This is to ensure that it doesn't never reaches it. And then sets the player state to standstill. Well, sets it to standstill. Wait, do I have... I really should have a function that sets the play state. So like public, well I guess it can be public. Public void change state, and it is player state state. And then it sets player state to the chosen state. For now, it might do more stuff in the future. And then everywhere I'm changing the state, I just, instead of play states equals, actually let's search for that, because that should be it should be state change parentheses. Because depending on which state it goes from and to, it might need to apply certain rules. And therefore I need is that the only ones? Yes. So the same as a work. Oh, let's do that. Oop. That's the only way I'm allowed to change the state. The nameplate state does not exist. What are you talking about? It exists. Oh. It needs... Now it's correct. And but you're not adding quotes to make me look like a good bunny. You're adding them to call me out for my bad behavior. Absolutely. Let's see if this works. The ball can only correct itself onto the square if it's too far behind on the square, but it will make it move. It will not rotate the ball, it will just slide. But I will add the rotation later. So currently it shouldn't do anything. But if I shift it back a bit, it doesn't do anything. Oh, there we go. It's the wrong way around. Well, let me correct that. Oopsie doopsie. It should be if it's larger, because I'm comparing that way. Okay. Well, easy fix. Easy fix. Plus, the ball does not have any textures at the moment, so you can't really see it rotate, but I can add some texture to it when I'm adding the rotation feature, which shouldn't be that hard, because all I'm doing is determining how much it's moving in a certain direction, and it rotates the ball at a certain speed. There are functions for that. Okay, there we go. So if I shift it backwards, it moves forward. If I shift it backwards and to the side, it does move diagonally like that. Yeah. If it's not offset to that, it doesn't do the correction, because that it doesn't care about. Unless that's not far back enough. There we go. Now it does. Look at that. The ball can move. Actually, let's give it a texture so I can see how it's being rotated. Because it's not rotating yet, but let's add a rotation to it too. Because at this point, I can just tell it go to any square and it just goes there, so... So I go to resource files and I go to my orbs. Why do I still have all of these? Let's take this one, I guess. So I only need this. A single texture. Yes. Yay, celebrations. Things are working. Isn't that exciting? So, how do we color it? What is the actual red color I'm using currently? Because I do like the red color. It just like... Oh, it's in it. Okay, let's open the shader editor. Okay, there we go. It's 207, 34. Let's make it slightly brighter. There. Pon is having a ball programming, yeah. Programming balls. Let me just quickly put a trimmer shift for this, but I want to look nice. Doesn't matter, but I want to look nice. Do. Oh yeah, this is the last. It's very interesting to look at. Sorry. Making sure I'm not... doing anything wrong here. Okay, that makes sense. Let's color that. Large is extra quite large. So I guess I'll scale it down to half size then. So a little bit there. Sure I got it correctly, indeed. Noise. Well, it's too strong, but I can adjust the color later. So logically it should fit in between here as well. And that should be the pattern I want. But let's shift the color a little because I think it's a bit too strong. That's a bit too like something like that. That's a bit better. Okay. There we go. I like this one. I was streaming when it blew by. Scale it down because textures doesn't have to be super large, not too small either. A reasonable size. There we go. Done with that. I'm happy with that. I can close this one as well. So goes back here, and then I will have shader here. I will add a texture 2D, color 2D. No, just call it color. I'm very creative, I know. And then I copy this. There we go. Now I did copy it. And then I open the add the variable for color. Just plug in there. And then plug this one in there. That should be it. Save this. No, it says normal. I need to change that. Let's finish saving first then. Default. Can I create a merge or can I like type RGB? This is input RGB. No, I want mode. No, I want like mix, channel mixer, blend. What's blend? No, there no like mix. Or like remove. Let me do. Oh, is this is a whistle? Or RGB? Oh, neat. Don't think I need to do this. This probably takes more performance than just plugging it in as it is. So I'll just plug it in as it is. So then I can close this one. Then here I will add the texture I just created. Resources, yes, orb, skins. I really need to change. Call it like it's called skins textures, maybe. What do you mean? Stop messing around. Just move it. I'll bring this to over as well. So orb, I'll probably create a folder for textures because it's going to be a few. Let's put this. Now I'm trying to think, what should I call, because I did call it skins, but calling it skins feels like weird. I call it designs. I'm sure. Let's search for synonyms. Do. I mean, variance works. Styles. Let's go with styles. Do I have a material per, or do I dynamically change the texture of the material? No, I might apply some effects that I want to. So let's call the material. Let's put material in styles as well. The styles will contain. Open it. Thank you. Thank you for the cube. Test. Or I don't know. Maybe I should call it testing material. And then this one. Flashy, thank you. Testing texture orb. It was a green bunny. Roxy's threw a few more flashes. And then I import this one. And this one will be default to the sRGB. No, whoa. There's a lot of flashes. I'm getting bombarded. More flashes. Compression, high quality, I guess. Because I like high quality. I'm getting bombarded now. Did I? Yes. Should I rename this? Call it normal map orb. No, the normal, I might move it back because the normal map applies to all. There we go. And now if I test this, because it still uses the material, the ball should have a texture on it. And if people want to help me come up with what kind of different textures you want on the ball, I will gladly take suggestions. I should make one. I should make. Oh, that doesn't look. There we go. Look at this one. Now it's all textured. I should make one with a bikini. Okay, so you can. I mean, you can still not move the ball, but if we shift it backwards, not too bad far, then you can move forward. And as you can see, it does not rotate. It just slides. But let's implement rotation. Whoa, texture. Because as long as it moves, rotates here, it does this. Can I figure out how far it moved by? I mean, I can save the old position and new position, and then with that, that's the distance it moved. So like vector 3 hold position equals position. This changes position, and then float distance moved. Although I do have this that moves it slightly more. Okay, you know what? I'll run it after this. That makes sense. Now, distance moved is vector3 distance that doesn't give me. No, I don't want distance moved. I want actually the no. I want, it's going to be a vector3 halves moved. I'll call it that instead. And that is this the new position minus the old position? I mean, it's one way or other. One is the inverse of the other. One is the inverse of the other. Okay. This one is missing one important thing, and that is the so now it has that information that we can use to actually start rotating the ball. Now to actually do the rotation of the ball, there's no physics running in this game. The only physics that is being used is checking if there's a cube below. But that's done with a collider check. It doesn't actually collide. So, hopefully that wasn't too confusing. Now, when it comes to this ball here, it has a mesh as part of it. And I want it to have the mesh. And how did I do that? How did I do that? So I go I go here. Okay, let's see here. I have the bring this up again. The script from my old one. I do have rigid body, game object, camera, rigid body. Rigid body. Where's the no, that's not the one. It's the wrong project. It's this project. The vehicle data control. No. Yeah, game. Okay, this game object. It's just a game object. Okay, I don't need to move to our scripts because there's already one. So I want the I want game object, which is the orb itself, like that. And then if I go back here, it should show up somewhere here. When it updates, any moment now. There we go. Here, orb. So that is the mesh itself. I guess I don't have to apply anything here. Now it can refer to the mesh orb. I should probably call it. Let's make sure it's considered a rename, not a completely new thing. Because it needs access to, it needs to know that object so it can rotate that object. Now it don't know what it is anymore. Let's fix that. Let's fix that number 2. Why doesn't it want it? Okay, now it works. Yeah, there it is. It's behind Pon. So now I just need the mesh to rotate based on the distance it rotated. So mesh orb transform rotate. Now let's see. Rotate applies rotation of Euler angle Z degrees around the Z axis. Euler x. Kona-chan, thank you for raiding in. Bonnie raid, boing boing. They want to see what I'm working on. It's a very early concept. What were you? Oh, Final Fantasy. Oh yeah, I've seen you play that. How did that go? What did you do today? Hello, Rainiers. Hello, everyone. We've got Kona-chan. Is that how I should say it? Kona-chan. It went well, just questing and stuff. How many quests did you complete today? I don't know. Okay, here's a project I'm working on. It's going to be kind of like a puzzle game. There we go. Here is a set of cubes, and here's the ball that the player controls, which we have in the game screen here. You can rotate around. Woo! There's a bunch of target markers here, but let's see those. And it can move. Currently, can only adjust itself correctly, like that, and like that. I'm currently making so it actually rotates, so it looks normal and not so it doesn't slide. So that's what I'm working on. And then after I get the adjustments correct, I'm going then to try to make it so it doesn't move. So it does move to next square. Perfect English, me speaking. So yeah, so that's what I'm writing here in this beautiful text document. Many. Well, it sounds like you were very, what is the word? Productive. A lot I've done today. Thank you. So it's not, so it's something. I feel like it is a small project I'm actually going to be able to complete, but still a lot of steps that goes into this. So I have to make sure that I'm going to apply a rotation to, and I'm trying to figure out which rotation function we use. There is rotate around, and rotate around local. There's also send message. What is that? Calls the method name on every mono behavior in this game object. It's a string. Pon doesn't like strings in programming. Strings are used for text, literal text that the user should see. For anything else that it works internally, do not use strings. As much as you can. There are so many better options to go with. Todd, you got a lemon. Nice. I have some stuff to attend to, but I'll be lucky. Thank you for looking, and I hope you're having a good things you're attending to. I'm going to see what I can do here. Apply the rotation to Euler angle Z degrees along the Z axis, Euler angle X degrees around the X side, and Euler angle Y degrees around the Y axis in that order. That's why they're specifying that weirdly. What is rotate around? Rotates the transform around axis passing through point in world coordinates by angle degrees. It takes a vector 3 point, vector 3 axis, and a float angle. It also has an overlay. Rotate around local. Okay, I will test rotate for now. which just takes paths, move, and that's it. Okay. Hopefully that's it. Hopefully it moves correctly. If it rotates backwards, I have to flip it. Flip the order where I do the minusing. And then it's also the question of how fast it rotates. Well, that's going to be tricky to calculate because I need to consider circumference of the sphere, of the circle of its path is moving, relative to its speeds is moving. So it should do a full rotation after it has traveled the size of the ball, you know. So it looks normal when it moves, you know, stuff like that. So if I shift it back and then whoop, it did not rotate. Well, that's not good. It does not rotate at all. And I'm also not getting any errors. So I started moving the ball. I didn't want to move the ball, I wanted to move the player. I moved it too far, so it moved over to the next block. But yeah. But it does show that it's block independent. It shows that it actually works. It's not like I've accidentally made it so it only works in center. But it doesn't rotate. Well, it does. It has rotation. It does rotate. It just rotates extremely slowly. Okay, it is. If you look very closely, it has rotated. It just barely rotates. Yeah, so that is what I have to figure out now. The rotation speed. Ooh, that's going to be fun. So that's going to be fun. Okay, let's actually calculate that. Does anyone want to help me with that? Because this is going to be a mess. So what we'll figure out is the diameter of the whole wobble, which is 45 centimeters. So let's create a block here. I can type freely in. So the diameter, that's not how you spell it, but whatever, is 0.45 meters. The circumference, that's not how you spell it, okay. I'm just typing whatever I want, is therefore I times that value. Hello Todd, no, all you, what do you mean? Is this calculus? No, I'm not good at this. Oh no. Oh no. Let's call it circ for short. Circ is the nickname for circles. Anyway, I mean, I don't know who didn't, what the word came from. Circumference. Circumference. I don't even know how to spell this word. Oh, it's okay. That's how we spell it. Circumference has the word "come" in it. That's how you know you got the correct word. Fun. It comes from Latin, the Latin word circumferentia, which later became circumferentia. Which comes from the word circumference, which to be circling, which is currently circling, it came from circumferu, Kirkunfero, which is to carry, which comes from Kirku, which is around Kirku. Which is the adverbial accusative of the word kirkus, which means circular, which is probably where circus comes from. This actually comes from the ancient Greek word kirkos, which means circle or ring, which comes from the Proto-Indo-European word ger, which means to cut off. Oh my. Anyway, quote, or is she being creamed while the femboys are worrying? So, therefore, when it has traveled a full circ, this is my unit now. When I travel full circ, that is 360. That's a 360 rotation. But what's the distance of a circ? Well, it should. So when I travel full circ, it should give a value of 360 in its that should input 360 and rotate. Well, this is a not equal, because we need, well, this is equal when we take x times that. We need to figure out what x is or something. So we need to take this times this. It's times or divide. Doesn't matter, because it's just inverse. So we need to figure this out. So we take this divided by 360, and then we get what the x value is. So let's do that. Let's just stuff this into a calculator like Wolfram Alpha. And we get a tiny value. So instead of a really tiny value, we can invert this and get a large value. And then we just multiply that with this value, which is 254 period 479 float. And hopefully this is a magic number I plotted in there. So let's probably create a function like a constant that holds this one. So let's create a private const float, which is, what do I call this function? Because this is the multiplier you multiply a distance with to get the rotational degrees. Rotational index. I don't know. Actually, if I insert, let's bring up the float calculator again, and let's take this. No, I wanted this text actually. Thank you. Thank you. Value actually stored in float. Let's take the value actually stored in float and put it here. Whoop. Why not? And then we take the rotational index and multiply this with, and hopefully that does it. Hopefully it does rotate at the correct speed now. If it rotates backwards, I just have to reflip those two values. Quote, that was the mess up the ball function. Everyone needs a mess up the ball function. I did not mess up the ball. What are you talking about? Cole, did you mean to add something to that message? Did you just ping? Misclick. Oh, typical Cold. Always misclicking. So, okay, let's see now. If I choose player, shift it backwards. Yeah, it moves the wrong way, but it moves. Okay, it kind of moved correct. Yeah, because it moved there. It moves correctly like that, but it does not move correctly like this. That's weird. It moves locally. Yeah, you can see it moves along this axis. So if I were to it moves according to this. So if I were to do that, and now I were to move it backwards. No, yeah, it rotates backwards, but yeah. So it's rotates locally. I need it to not rotate locally. That's going to be tricky. So this one almost works. What would I search for then? That's tricky. And also, Cole, who is Miss Click? Is there a Mr. Click as well? Well, Mr. Click would be the Click, who is a YouTuber. Does he have a girlfriend who is, or a wife named Miss Click? Actually, has anyone done that joke? So it's not working, right? Might one say it's messed up? But I didn't mess up the book. Whatever. What do you mean? You in this time. Actually, it's getting very late. Should I call it for the day? Going for 6.5 hours. Been doing good progress though. Maybe we can see if someone is streaming this late, or don't. I mean, what are you trying to say? I'm a tire. He's a tire. It is cool regardless. I am so impressed with your programming. Thank you. Yeah, I will just adjust it so it doesn't like rotate locally, instead rotates globally. And then that should resolve that issue. And then I will have it move to the next square over. And that's going to be exciting. Ooh. Let's just considering my options here with raiding. Who do I not have much opportunity to raid? A lot of collabs going on as well, which is, you know, awkward. You know, trying to raid into a collab. Whenever because I was thinking maybe we should raid Stegoleaf, because I don't often get the opportunity to. And there are 2 more people on, but it seems to be Stegoleaf playing only, and they're just guests over, so Range into a collab. Do it, Pun. I will. Wanna check out Punk Squeak. Who is that? 10 points late puppy. This is also a collab. It's birthday apparently. Birthday. Seems squeaky and punky. Playing something. I mean, it is a birthday, so maybe we should go there just for the birthday. Raid a collab. Wait, how am I second? I don't know, you've been that active. You've been so active that you're now in second place. Let's I guess raid. I guess we're going to raid the Pump Squeak. We'll see how it goes. What's the worst that can happen? Well, terrible things could happen. The person is tagged as LGBTQ, so that's actually LGBTQ for some reason. The letters are out of order. Thank you for streaming, Pon. Thank you for being here. As suggested in my feed last week, seems like a cool person. Yeah, it seems fine. As far as I can tell, for what I've seen so far. Rabbit Stampede, yeah, just rabbit, cool. Yeah, let's bring in some birthday cakes too, why not? Actually. Let's put in some birthday cake to the birthday thing. What was it again? Let's see. Rat. Queen of the rat. Goes by she or they. Let's bring in some cakes. Don't worry, I'll usurp you. Good luck, Todd. You're not active here now. Be active, more active. Rabby stamp. No, we don't stamp the rabbies. Rabbit Stampede. Yeah, Todd, join in on the Rabbit Stampede too. Use whatever emotes you want. If you want to add some cakes, that's too fine too. No, Todd. Let's be normal. I mean, as normal as I can be. So, Todd, normal? Oh, you're right. It's Todd. Let's go and say hello.